That's
crazy
so
scary. Yeah.
That's so scary. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. It's over with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm gonna put us live and let us just chill live till Alex gets here.
Yep.
We could just chat until Alex gets here, I guess.
So basically, my plan is, I'm gonna set like 15 minutes aside for like intros and stuff, and then spend about 30 minutes on each topic, give or take a little bit. Obviously, if you guys are having good conversation, I'm not gonna force it out and cut it off quick. If we don't get to a third topic, that's not a huge deal. I'm gonna prefer to try to get all three, and maybe I can flow naturally from one into another. But about 30 minutes per topic, and then about 15 minutes for an outro and plug your channels and stuff like that. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. And I know Tiberius has a real hard out at 11. Anybody else have a real hard out, so I can make sure that you guys are the first ones to call out your stuff when I'm doing the wrap up?
Oh, yeah.
I would probably like to, yeah.
Okay. Ty, Ginger, and not Eli, sorry. Not Eli Monty, sorry.
I do that on occasion, too.
I apologize. My bad.
Boys.
I'm sure you've probably heard that before. I'm sorry, man. What's up, Alex? Welcome.
Smile and wave, boys.
All right.
Smile and wave.
So, look at that. Everybody's here right on time.
Look at that.
Hey, Alex. Oh, we're live.
Oh, what's up, Lauren?
We are already live. Haven't introduced anything or started the topics yet, but if you guys want to start off with just intros, just real quick overview. I'm going to probably step in at some point, but hopefully I can stay in the background. If I start talking, just do me a favor. Give me the space. Let me call out what I need to call out, and then we can move on from there. Like I said, I'm going to give this first 15 minutes. We're going to try to get the intros in that time, and then I'll lead into the first topic. All right. I'll start in the top left corner with Alex. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. As I drop my pumpkin seeds. But yeah, my name is Alex. I run a channel called Playing with Fire. We give practical, no BS sex and dating advice. So if you want to get laid more, you want to get a girlfriend, that's kind of what we specialize in. And we do debates sometimes. I don't know how they're related to the main thing that we do, but I got into doing them. I try to bring people together who have different perspectives. So you'll see conservatives, liberals, feminists, all kinds of people on my channel, and like to have good discussions. Yeah, that's basically it.
Speakeasy?
You're muted. Dave, you're muted.
You're right. Speakeasy, yeah.
I didn't know who you were talking to. Escape with Speakeasy on YouTube. I am Speakeasy on everything else. I do a little bit of red pill content, a little bit of breakdowns on different court cases. Right now I'm exposing some trauma pimps. I do a little bit of everything on YouTube, so that's where you find me.
All right. Lauren?
Hi, I'm Lauren De Laguna on YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. And I do some law content. I do a lot of interviews, and starting to get a little bit into the red pill content. And Alex, recently I became friends with Janelle. So I'm going to get my yoni toned, and I'm going to interview her. So get ready for that.
Good luck with the yoni transformation.
Thank you.
Jesus.
Not Eli Monty. Go for it.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Naila Monty. I am a socialist and a feminist, and I talk about some of the stuff on my platforms as well. I'm usually on TikTok, but and every now and then I come on Twitch. But yeah, that's me.
All right. Ginger?
I am Ginger Ramoth. You can find me at Ginger Ramoth on pretty much everything. YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, all that. I participate in panels. I host panels. I do cosplay, gaming, and reactionary content.
Cool. And Tiberius.
What's going on, everybody? My name's Tiberius D. I talk a lot about like geopolitical issues and generally, morals and ethics regarding like today's particular, happenstance. So if any of that interests you, definitely feel free to come check me out. Tiberius D on like all the social medias.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'm YTEmpDave. YTEmpDave on every social media. You can hit me up. I'm pretty chaos right now. I'm very new. The only thing that I do consistently that's always going to be the same is going to be Friday karaoke on my channel. Anybody's welcome. Bring your friends. We'll jump right into this. I'll get started with the first topic. The topic of the overall for the debate is relationships. The first part is benevolent sexism beneficial to gender roles in relationships? Anybody want to start that out?
Question: how do you do these? Do you do like opening statements, or is it just straight up open panel?
I guess we can start with opening statements, especially on this one. It's just with the limited time constraints. I just kind of thought we could just jump right into them. If you guys...
Okay. Yeah, whatever works better. I guess, could you just also really quickly
That's fine.
explain what benevolent sexism, like all that, can you maybe give an example of that? Because I'm a little confused by the proposition.
Generally, the idea of benevolent sexism is sexism that's gone for used for a positive end as opposed to used to a negative end. So like ladies and women or ladies and children first, things like that.
Like women are fragile, need to be protected, stuff like this.
Yeah.
So we're talking about more like chivalry, basically.
Yes, chivalry is a good term for it as well, I guess.
Okay. I think it depends on the example given. So if it's something like, women are generally physically weaker than men, and it's like, hey, I'll carry this very heavy ass box because, I'm more likely to carry it, then I think that form of benevolent sexism is good. But if it's something that like, oh, we need to believe every single woman and doubt all men because women are more honest than men, which is obviously not true, they're about the same level of honesty, then it's a bad thing. So I think it just comes down to the details.
Does benevolent sexism, like the term sexism implies that you're discriminating against a certain sex? Does this include like preventing women from obtaining certain jobs, like being on the front lines in the military?
Yeah, so like saying a woman's value is higher because of her being a good mother, wife, these kind of things, that would be benevolent sexism.
Well, just saying that a woman's value is higher is different than actually preventing her from participating in certain activities. So like, for instance, women currently are not allowed to serve on the front lines of the United States Marine Corps. We're currently allowing women now to join the Navy SEALs and other branches of the elite military that they were previously banned from if they can meet all of the physical requirements, which almost none of them can, which, let's be real, none of them can. But I feel like there's a difference between recognizing societal difference and having societal standards versus having legal standards, like actually being sexist against a specific sex and preventing a gender from engaging in society in the exact same respect as the other gender.
Yeah, I think it's what the question's asking though is if it's beneficial to gender roles in relationships, or like if it's beneficial to relationships.
Well, if it's beneficial to everybody, then there's no victim, and that's totally fine. Like, again, going back to the example I was saying, like, I'm a lot physically stronger than my 100-pound girlfriend. So you could call benevolent sexism when I'm like, hang on, let me take that back for you. I don't want you, like, fucking breaking your back or something like that. I think in that sense, it's fine. If we go to the military example that Lauren was saying, there's a different physical standard, at least in the Army, for men and women. And that's because if women were subjected to the physical standard that men are subjected to, there would be literally no female soldiers. I think that's fine. I mean, I think it makes sense to have different standards for different genders. At least in terms of physical stuff, in terms of mental stuff, it should be the same. But physical stuff, obviously, men are a lot stronger than women. Kind of is what it is. And yeah, as long as no one's getting hurt or there's no victim, and I don't see any issue. All right, that must have been one hell of a speech.
Right? I was gonna say no.
Well, if we're talking, so as far as like relationships, I guess it would just depend upon like the relationship and the relationship that you have with your partner. Like, are you the protector in the relationship, or maybe in what case is like she may be stronger in this relationship, and is she the protector, or for whatever reason? I know I used to work at a very hard physical labor job where we were junk haulers, and the strongest person in that room on our team was a woman who was like lifted weights and shit. Who was a professional weightlifter, and when when she was in college and whatnot.
She was physically the strongest or mentally?
So there was
She
some
was
weak ass
physically.
men.
She was physically. No, she was just. This woman was one of the strongest people I think I've ever met in my entire life.
Yeah,
Like
you guys.
I don't want to
Yeah,
sound.
but you think it would have been
Eli-
beneficial to teach like young men growing up that like, yeah, women are probably the same strength as you, so you know,
I'm not.
if your
That's,
girl
that's
ever hits
not,
you, just punch her back because it's
That's not
you know
what-
she's probably the same strength.
that's
I'm
not.
I'm
That's
saying
not
like
what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like,
it teaches people something
Should-
wrong.
what-
if
what
we-
I
teaches
mean,
people something
I
wrong?
think
This
that
is
you
wrong.
should hit a girl if she hits you back. I mean, you should be allowed to hit a girl if she
Wait,
hits you back. in
hold
all
on.
allowed
or
to
if she
and,
hits you-
Legally, you
and
can't.
morally
Legally, right now,
different, though.
Ginger, there is no distinction in American law. If a woman starts attacking you as a man, you have a
Yeah.
right to defend yourself. However, there are certain countries
Okay.
where there is a distinction between men and women in assault. And so if a woman starts physically attacking you, a man is not allowed to attack back in self-defense.
I just
Lauren,
want
the only thing, you are right about
Hold on one
that,
sec.
but
Let Eli go. Go ahead.
Yeah, because somebody said, I think it was Speakeasy said something about like we're teaching something wrong. Like what were you saying there?
I was saying, so like to like you're saying, yeah, I knew this one girl that was super strong or whatever it was, and I'm saying, but with most women, this is never gonna be the case. Like 9
I mean,
times
I
out
don't
of 10.
know. I feel like if she could be strong, what's to say that another woman can't? I'm not saying
It's
that
not
women,
that
I'm
they
not
can't.
saying that women
It's
are
it's
just as strong as men
possible.
or
It's possible, but it's not
whatever,
probable.
it's,
Yeah,
it's
not
possible,
to
it's
sound
possible that
red pill, not to sound red pill, but the exception doesn't make the rule.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that completely. I'm just saying, like, you know, I just don't think that this all really has that much weight to it.
Hey,
Because, like,
Okay,
in all
wait.
not
honesty,
Eli.
usually
Not
Monty,
Eli.
what
Do you
happens is,
remember?
what
Wait,
happens is,
let me really quickly ask this question. Okay, Monty, let's do hypothetical. Let's take 100 random women, 100 random men off the street, and they fight each other one by one. How many
okay,
of those
yeah,
victories
sure.
do you think will go
There's
to
most
the
likely, yeah, sure. Most likely, it's going to be that the men are going to come out on top. But like,
99%, right?
but like, I wonder if it's not necessarily because I was talking to a friend about this. I just wonder if it's not so much that men are like just born physically stronger, so much as it is that we don't the ways in which we socialize.
No,
we
we
socialize
definitely are. We
both
have way more
men
testosterone. It's not
and
even
women.
close. Men are significantly, this has been scientifically proven countless times, men are significantly physically stronger than women. There might be a
Our
few
twitch
women out there
muscles
who-
move
like I
faster.
said,
Our hips
like I
are built
said,
different. Our hands are bigger. There's
like I
so
said,
many different
it's
advantages we
just
have.
something that it's just something
It's
I
not
wonder
social,
about
it's purely
is,
physical.
like, you know, what would happen, you know, if we were to maybe socialize people differently.
How do you socialize a woman to have higher testosterone?
It was
Or to have like bigger muscle mass, or to grow
Hey,
taller.
I'm just I was just saying.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
get
we need
taller,
to really
bitch.
go that. I'm not saying we really need to go into it. It was just something I was just wondering. Like,
No,
Yeah,
that's
Okay.
fine.
the
Wait,
thing is, it's not so.
Monty, can you answer Alex's question? Like, what percentage of women would win in that fight?
I
if
don't know
it
the
got
percentage.
paired
I
up?
just said
Just
that
ballpark.
men would most likely win the majority of the time.
Can
I
you
don't
give
know- I
like
don't
a
know the
guess? Do you think
Just a
like
ballpark,
even
yeah.
10%? Do you
I
think even?
I don't fucking know. It's
I mean, let's
there's so many
put
other
into
variables.
I'm trying to
There's
figure
so many other
out.
variables. Why does this? Wait, hold on.
Let's
Why does it
put
matter?
into
Why does the percentage
consideration.
matter? Why does
Wait,
It
the
let's put
matters
it-
to me because I want to understand your basis on reality. Like, I want
don't-
to understand
I really
how
really
much
don't
you
care.
actually live in this
Okay.
universe that I live on. And I'll tell you what the real answer is. The
No,
answer is zero.
It's-
You take 100
It's kind of a
women
dog
and
pile at the moment, so you got to give him a hey.
There's
Yo,
there-
it's kind of a dog pile at the moment, so make sure you're giving him time to respond in between your questions.
Sorry.
I'm
You're
just
good.
saying, like, there's so many other variables that you could consider and whatnot. It's not necessarily going to be 100% one time, or
It
you know,
is.
maybe it's 100% one time, you know, 90% another time. Who knows? I don't know, and I really don't.
Bro, you're overthinking and you're dodging the
Monty, can
question.
I ask you another
I
question?
feel like you guys. Hey, whatever. Sure.
Is that
Monty,
an argument?
did you see?
Whatever.
Did you see the women's World Cup winners
I don't care about
scrimmage
sports.
against the 14-year-old boys in soccer
Weren't they
and
like?
lose in the
What-
shutout?
That was so bad. That was so
Wasn't it-
bad.
Wasn't
Okay.
it like not even a serious game?
Did
and,
you
like,
see?
Exactly though.
weren't the like women
Like,
not
I
being serious
didn't
in
one
that
of the
case?
Venus.
I don't.
Like,
I
I think
didn't one of the
you're
Williams
taking like the
sisters
minimal.
Yes.
The thing is, you're
Yes.
taking like the minimal thing. Like, dude, I've had like very minimal training in fighting. I would beat every girl that fights in UFC. They've been training their whole life.
Okay,
Everyone
but
is-
as
Alright.
but
The
as
whole
to the
point is-
but as to the question
like to see that.
who would beat men and women versus like random men versus random women. I mean, let's put into consideration there are men like Eli out there that would let a woman kick their ass. So there are going to be
I never said
times
that. Wait,
where
This guy's getting
no,
sold down
Ginger.
river so
who
fucking hard right now.
enjoys,
Wait,
who
hold the fuck on.
enjoys, he
Hold the fuck
probably
on.
pays
Ginger, where the
women to
fuck
beat
did
his
that
ass.
come
Hey,
Like,
from?
after
Where did
I'm-
that
I'm-
come from?
Let's, we can lay
I'm
off
making
the
a
I
joke,
house
Eli.
a
I
little bit.
promise it's not. I promise I'm just memeing. I'm sorry.
Sure,
But
sure.
wait, Laura, what you were talking about one of the Venus sisters, and she played like the 300. So she's one of the best. She played like the 300's best male player. She got annihilated. She got
You're
like
so
one
Yes.
point.
I was trying to mention
destroyed.
that.
And afterwards, she
You're
said,
so off the
"Yeah,
question.
I'm a woman. Why the fuck would I play a man? Like, I have no chance against like the 300's best men. Not one. It's not even close.
He was like drunk too.
Can we? Okay.
I don't
He
know
was
about
not
that.
even trying.
I'd like to pick up this a little bit if you all don't mind.
Yeah, go
Yeah, I
ahead.
would like to get back to the original question.
Yeah, so like sorry, I didn't realize everyone was gonna dogpile in there. Otherwise, I was gonna like give an opening statement on like benevolent sexism. So like here's my thoughts when I hear that term, right? Clearly, there are forms of like what we would call like more positive leaning sexism, where you have like old school chivalry, and some of these I don't 100% agree with, but let's just roll with it for a minute, right? Like women and children first because they are they are the mothers of our children. We have to protect them. We have to take care of them. That's why we draft men, not women. Yada yada yada. Obviously, I think there's levels to where some of these can be a conversation on how we're going to treat them in a modern context. And I think one of the big reasons why this has been becoming such a massive issue socially is due to the fact that, while you are still very easily able to point out that men are significantly stronger than women, a lot of these more economic factors have absolutely broken down. It's not really the case anymore where you can just be a man and be a sole-time breadwinner and, just be responsible for paying the bills. Now that situation is reversed in some regards because women are getting to the point where they're going to earn men probably within the next 5 years. And then you have the other conversation of, even if you are a single income earner, it's really fucking hard to do that, right? Like a lot of places are double income households because they have to be. Like that's how much it costs to raise a kid. So I think the real conversation is that we clearly recognize that some of the norms kind of aren't working like they used to. Can we go back to those? Is that the goal? Or do we need to move forward in a particular direction where we can, hash out a new equilibrium?
I mean, there's definitely some forms of sexism that make sense, aside from like the physical example I gave. Another good one could be like, typically women are better, well, at least, okay, maybe it's just my relationship. I know for me, I'm much better at making decisions, and my girlfriend's a lot better like organizing and planning and packing. So whenever we fucking travel, she takes care of the organizing and the fucking packing, and I make more of the decisions part. I don't know. I mean, I think it depends. Like another good one, for example, would be at a club, right? The girl can skip the line, go to the front of the line, get in, versus the guys have to wait in line. And like that makes sense because if they let everyone in at the same time, it's going to be a sausage fest, and no one's going to be happy. So they have to keep the ratio like pretty good for the clubs to be a good place to be. So that kind of makes sense too, like kind of discriminating against men, not letting them in as fast as the girls, so that you keep the ratio good. Like that makes sense. So I don't know. I think it really depends on the form of sexism that we're talking about. But there's not really any systemic sexism that I would say.
What do you think about that? Okay, I got a question for everybody. What do you think about do you think it's beneficial or detrimental to teach young men that women are more emotional than men, so they should treat them as such?
Well, it's not a true statement. It's women.
It's not?
No, women.
I might be with him
are,
on this one.
Women are more emotional in some ways than men. They tend to gravitate much more towards sadness and depression and anxiety. Men tend to gravitate towards angriness more. So it just
that's due to our testosterone. But like that's what I'm saying. Like that would be a thing to teach about the men, right? That there's more aggression with men because
I think you have to teach the truth, right?
That's what I'm saying. So like, would you agree with my first statement there then? That it's good to teach men that women are emotional, so they should treat them as such?
But isn't aggression emotion?
I don't think women are more emotional than men. I think
you
people,
don't.
No, I think people are just emotional. Like there's a lot of men. Like I would consider myself in some cases to be an emotional person. Like, well, I also don't consider myself to be a man, but that's neither here nor there. But
what if I word it like this?
I mean, hold on.
Emotionally expressive.
Emotionally expressive. I just think that is like, I just think that goes back to societal conditioning in the sense that we teach boys from a really young age that like crying and showing emotion is like, that's a girly thing to do, that's a sissy thing to do. But no, it's just a human thing to do. It's what people that's a large part of what makes us humans, and what caused us to get like at the top of the food chain on this planet was our ability to express ourselves in so many other different ways that, and communicate in that way, in ways in which other animals can't really express or communicate. So
well, it doesn't make sense either way, because men are emotional by nature as well. Because if you're saying anger and aggression are like a natural thing for men, those both of those things are emotions. So regardless of whether they're
so you guys wouldn't agree that
emotions or weaker emotions versus men feel stronger,
it's not about weaker. It's not about weaker. It's not about weaker. But like, you don't think that women are more moody because of their emotions?
I think they're just different.
He's trying to say
wait,
it
so
should
you're gonna
be
tell me estrogen doesn't affect
He's
your
trying
mood?
to ask.
Is that what we're trying to say here?
He's trying to ask, should we teach children stereotypes about the different genders? Essentially, isn't that right, Monty? You're saying, should we teach children about women tend to be more sad, maybe depressed, struggle with other types of emotional issues than men?
Well, I think it really depends on how you
complain about women being emotional once a month.
Hold on. She asked Eli, and
now all of a sudden women aren't emotional.
Easy. She asked Eli a question. Let me answer real quick.
Go ahead.
I think we should just teach kids that emotions exist and that it's part of being human. Express yourself. If you feel like you need to cry, cry. If you feel like you need to, if you feel like you're angry, like, be angry, and we'll teach you coping mechanisms for both. Like,
is there something wrong with teaching children that there's a difference between men and women, and the way that we handle our emotions and regulate our emotions is different?
Again, I think it's largely the socialization and the way in which we don't really socialize, and this is a problem that a lot of men face.
Whether or not you think it's genetic.
Can I finish?
You're avoiding answering. It's a yes or no question.
Put the microphone down and let me fucking finish.
It's a yes or no question. It was a yes or no question.
I was in the middle of answering.
I think I agree.
Put the fucking microphone down. Good lord.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna hold it now.
Well, shut up.
Easy, I've done a 180.
No.
Oh my fucking god. I don't know what the fuck I was at this point. Was that your goal? Was it throw me off? Derail me? Was that your goal? Congratulations.
No, I was actually trying to have a legitimate conversation with you.
No, you weren't. You were fucking interrupting me.
No, I asked you a yes or no question, and then you wanted to go about it the long way. And then
literally, you fucking cockblocked me. I'm just gonna finish. I'm gonna try my best.
Go ahead.
Go to finish.
I'm not gonna put my down.
Fucking just teach kids how to be fucking humans. Who gives a shit? Like, yeah, there's differences between men and women, but again, I think it goes back to largely and this is a problem that we experience with men, and with what we're experiencing with men now, and why men are moody and why they're feeling lonely and all this other type of shit, is because we don't teach men. We didn't teach them early on how to internalize and like handle their emotions, how to process their emotions.
You're a very good example of a man not knowing how to process his emotions.
Why is feminists always so frustrated?
This is so rude.
Damn. Like, fuck you.
All right. Hey, guys, I'd like to get back into this for a second.
You're a feminist. I'm a woman. You're supposed to, like,
you're a good gentle sex.
Believe everything I say, right?
Interrupt me when I was answering your fucking question.
Believe all women.
Fuck you.
No,
hey, Dave, can I get back into this for a second here?
Ty,
yeah, hey, look, I'll split the field here. I definitely think that I would not accept the framing like that women are more emotional. What I would accept the framing of is that men and women definitely do handle their emotions differently, and certain things that will trigger those emotions are very important. Women do definitely turn into like we both get depressed, but women like get super neurotic whenever they get depressed. Men get super self-destructive when they get depressed, right? So like there's definitely keys to like where we need to have a conversation about triggers. And you know what? what? Yeah, I will go men's rights in the regards that, you know, we don't really talk about men's mental health enough in this fucking country. Let's do it a little more. But also, like, you know what? Yeah, women do have their own triggers. They do have their own specialty. And, you know, ladies, I thoroughly encourage you to have those conversations and make sure, you know, your fellow queens are equipped to become fully grown women. Like I'm obviously not going to up here and like tell people how to be a woman, but I am going to be like, as a guy, it's like, look, you're going to have a fuckload of aggression behind you. You're going to have a lot of like competitive urges to be something with yourself. And if you don't like handle that to where you take your failures with stride and then you know, handle your successes with humility, you're going to fucking crash and burn. And like, that's going to rip your life apart. So let's not do that.
I just have a quick question here for. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it really depends on how you frame it. I think the framing is like the most important. Like, if you frame it as like, oh, women are these emotional beings who have no self-control, like kind of like the typical red pill shit, then yeah, it's not a good thing. But if you frame it like your girlfriend might express her frustration in a different way, and you need to be able to empathize with that if you want to have a successful relationship, right?
They're emotionally expressive. They're going to talk about their feelings more.
Yeah, she might. You have to like if you want to have a successful relationship, you need to be somewhat empathetic of the way that your girlfriend might show her frustration in a very different way than, for example, I would. Right? It's like totally different, and I've had to like adjust to that. Right? Like to understand. Okay, her way of expressing her frustration is probably going to be to like kind of like making snarky little comments, and then at some point exploding, and she's not really going to bring it up until there's no like so there's just different ways that both sexes would probably express their feelings and frustrations.
Okay, I just have a quick question for Eli, because he was saying, because like he said, I think it's down, like he said a couple times that a couple things were down to social constructs. So do you think there's any necessity? What?
Socialization.
Okay, well, do you think there's any necessity to socialization or social constructs?
I mean, yes, they're.
Okay, so then why do you use that as an argument to like, well, that's just a social construct? Because even if I was to concede to you that it was a social construct, you just said there's still necessity to social construct.
Yes, there's necessity to social constructs, but like, we can change them. We can alter them. We can change them because they're social. And as society progresses and society evolves, we change. Those things change with us.
Do you think DNA and genetics don't play a role?
I mean, they might play a little bit of a role, but I don't think it's. We're discovering more that, like, especially as we learn more about gender and like how much of a spectrum gender is, we start to learn like that. We start to see it sort of diverge away from like what we previously known about like genetics and whatnot. And even
okay, Eli, how much of a woman's lack of physical strength do you think is DNA, and how much of it do you think is socialization or nurture?
I'm not 100% certain. I don't see what this has to do with.
Sorry, Monty, are you like?
Question.
Do you study? To your feminist?
It's a simple question, bro.
I never thought of. I never thought
well,
of.
Just well, I can give you mine. So like, just give a ballpark. Take a second and think about it. Right, I'm not going to hold you to a strict number. So you said 98.7. Like for me, I would say that's probably when it comes to like physical stuff, it's like 99%. Genetics and nature, and like maybe a tiny nurture percentage.
I would maybe have to look into that a little bit more. I'm not sure. It's not something I've ever really pondered all that much. That question.
Okay, let's take. Okay, go ahead, Lauren.
Monty, what you're trying to say is that you think that men and women are essentially the same. Other like how you're saying men and women are the same.
We're a lot more similar than we think, but like there are differences between us.
Okay, so there are differences.
Men and women and non-binary
there are genetic differences between men and women. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, I'm not denying that there's genetic differences between men.
Have you ever dated a girl and hoped that she like opened the door for you and smacked your ass while you were walking the door? Did you ever hope that?
She sounds kind of fun.
Okay, let's take the fact that. Let's take the fact that men gravitate towards STEM fields way more than women. What percentage of that do you think is nature?
Isn't it more along the lines of just women are like not really pointed in the direction of STEM fields, and oftentimes when they do get into STEM fields and STEM careers, they're often like put down by their peers, especially their male
No.
peers. They're talked
No,
down to
but
them.
I used to
No.
date.
No,
I'm
it's
literally,
women
hold
go
on,
into
I'm
men's
literally a math
spaces. Wait,
major.
the
That-
fact is, women go
that's
to
true.
the spaces that are dominated by men, get treated like the men treat each other, and then think, "Oh my God, I want to be equal. What are you guys doing to me?"
No,
You-
they
if you
they
if
don't.
you want
Like
to
a
talk
lot
about
of the
sexual
time,
harassment, go on a construction crew with a bunch of dudes and talk about sexual harassment, dude. Like
I
this is the problem.
I didn't
You
mention
want women to
sexual
be treated
harassment.
equal, but
You guys are
treated
put,
on
you
a
guys are
little bit more
literally
of a
wait, hold
pedestal
on.
in certain
Easy.
areas.
Dave, can you
Easy. Do you-
do something here because they're literally just putting words in my mouth.
No, we're
Well,
trying to
we gotta let
understand
him finish.
your
I'm trying to
point.
be-
But
I'm
Speak
trying to
Easy,
be-
hold on. I have a
Literally
good
putting words in my
point.
mouth.
To Speak Easy's point, isn't like some of the places with the highest level of sexual harassment, all male military units and jail and prison?
I believe that's true.
So right, so like if he's making very good points, and as a woman who has not only served in the military for 2 years and has someone who has a math degree, I could tell you, as someone in male-dominated spaces, I think it aligns much more to how Speakeasy put it, as to opposed to how you put it, Monty. It's not like women are specifically targeted in these spaces. It's just that women are not treated as women anymore. They're treated like one of the guys when you're in one of the guys' spaces. And a lot
Okay.
of times,
All right.
They don't like it.
Let's say you're correct. Let's say you're correct. Is that a healthy environment to be in? Like constantly,
right? So I left the military for a
constantly
reason. I don't
competitive,
think
constantly
I didn't
like
think
dick
it was good for
measuring.
me to be in the military environment. Now, being in a math environment was very different, and also the type of men who go into the math field versus the killing fields are different types of men. But it's also very male dominated, and I don't think that was necessarily unhealthy, though. The military was unhealthy. It was a type of aggressive. It attracted a type of aggressive male that I was not. Like I don't
Okay,
have
I
the
mean-
type of aggression necessary.
And with like the
So-
math field, I mean that's your experience, but like there's tons of other
All right,
women.
let me give this
like,
example, and
different
I
experiences.
promise I'm not trying to be bad faith. I'm legitimately trying to. I am trolling you a little bit, but I am legitimately trying to figure out where you stand on this stuff. So I'll try to give you an example. I went to Boston University, which is like 65-70% women, right? I was a marketing major, which is like 55% women. Most of the women are like in the whatever, like sociology and those types of fields, right? My girlfriend was an engineer, which was like 10% girls. For every girl in engineering school at Boston University, there was 10 dudes. So how much of that discrepancy between, like at least half the school being women and engineering being like 5 or 10% women is nature, and how much of it is nurture, in your opinion?
I think it's almost overwhelmingly like the majority nurture. It's just because I don't think your gender is gonna be that influential in like what you. This just seems like nonsense to me because there's
Okay,
plenty
I
of
have
women engineers, but again, a lot of the time we don't socialize and point women in those directions because we traditionally we have underestimated women's abilities to perform things that we think only men can perform, even
Oh.
when it's not even like a strength
Wait,
thing.
Lauren, can I
It's just
just make one quick
it's just
point?
like
That's all
it's
you-
just like a it's
Okay,
a,
so if I was to show you a
hold on,
study,
I'm not you gotta let me finish. Like
Okay, go ahead.
y'all have got to let me finish. We can't
ahead,
keep
go ahead.
doing this. But
Go ahead.
I think it's more along the lines of like we just don't. Again, these are traditionally male-dominated fields, and then when women started being introduced, being allowed to like come into these fields, then all of a sudden, they were subjected to a lot of harassment from men and a lot of talking down to from men. I think there's something to be said about the fact that when men were shipped off to war during World War II, there were women. I believe it was World War II. There were women that were asked to fill the roles at jobs, and they did just as good of a job as the men were doing before they left the war. And then when the men came back, they told the women to go back to the kitchen, even though those women proved themselves to be just as capable as
Okay.
the men. But also, again, this largely has to do with the fact that we don't typically market things like engineering and stuff like that to women. I mean, think of it like this, right? What is marketed towards men when it comes down to hustling, right? We market like stocks, bonds, cryptocurrency. Meanwhile, when we market towards women, usually we don't market that stuff towards women, but we market OnlyFans and stuff like that towards women. And I'm not saying that that's
First, okay.
it's just
I get the point. First of all, you're wrong about a lot
I
of
don't
this.
know if you do because something tells me.
Why do you
what's
think
No,
about
women
your
I
mouth
know the point you're
Holy
making.
shit.
You've been repeating it over and over again. You've just been repeating it over and over. So, first of all, you're wrong about a lot of this stuff, okay? If anything, colleges want more female engineers because that looks better. Companies like Boeing and Google, they
Wait,
want
didn't
more
you
female
say
engineers
something
because that
about
looks a
having
lot better.
more
That's
males
better.
in
That's better
engineering?
PR. So they're not trying to keep girls from joining. They want that. That's in their best interest. But again, so in fuck, I forgot I was going to the truth. Okay, I was going to say this. You said it's like mostly nurture. What if I was to show you a study where they scanned men's and women's brains with an MRI, and they found that men, the part of the brain that's responsible for like analytical type of stuff is much bigger, and for women, the part of the brain that's responsible for like social type of stuff, like HR type of things, is bigger. Would you then change your position?
No, because I don't. Alex, I know you and I've seen your content and I know how the content. I know that you have an agenda to push.
I didn't design the study. I have nothing to do with it.
And also I know that there's
You're
a
a
lot of those,
feminist, and you think he's got an agenda.
Bro, I could be the biggest piece of shit. That doesn't
know
involve the
there's a lot
study.
of
The
those
study wasn't
studies.
designed by me.
You guys got to go one at a hold on one sec, everybody. Got to go one at a time. Like, I understand everybody disagrees with Eli, so you got to like let him go in between each of you. Like, you can bounce back, but he is the one with the unique point of view, so you got to give him a little more space. That's all.
I just don't understand why, if I show you a study that I'm not involved in, I don't conduct these studies. They're conducted by Harvard or Johns Hopkins. Your excuse why you would not accept that is, well, you have an agenda. Like, how does that?
I mean, if you could let me finish a fucking point, like you would know what I'm trying to say. Well, because you won't let me finish a. If you were to show me that, I would probably have to look into it, and I'd have to like maybe go into it a bit skeptical because I understand that people like you that are pushing what you push, like heavily cherry pick information and data, and you're very hyper specific with who you decide to listen to, and a lot of your stuff comes down to confirmation bias. So I would look at it, but like I would have to do my own research on it afterwards after looking at that study.
Bro,
Do you have a single study or piece of scientific evidence? Do you have a single study or piece of scientific evidence that supports that it's all socialization or mostly socialization? Is there anything?
I'm pretty certain I could find one. I'm pretty certain I could find one.
But you've never looked at it.
I mean, I've seen like articles and stuff like that mainly.
Okay, wait. Can I just ask a question? Maybe I'll get something clarified here. What do you base? I'm just gonna ask this question. What do you base that most of everything is socialized off of? Like, what are you basing it off of?
Just
because you just said you don't look at studies.
Things. No, I didn't say that I don't look at studies. I'm just saying that I don't like have those just on me. I didn't say that I don't look at. I didn't say I don't look at studies.
So it's from studies that you've seen this?
I mean, articles, studies, whatever.
So give an example of the type of study. What was the study, and give an example.
Hold on. Why is it that I have to give an example when you guys have said that you guys have all this information? You guys haven't given me anything yet.
I can pull it up.
I'm pretty certain that if I go to Google, I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm pretty certain if I go to Google and if you give me a few minutes, I could probably find something. But like,
well, you just said estrogen earlier. You said estrogen doesn't affect moods. I can show you that if you want.
I didn't say that.
Wait, but hang on. The key difference is that
you can't like misphrase him. What he said was that estrogen doesn't make you more or less emotional. He didn't.
Okay. Well, I can show that it does, though.
No, it's just that
there's a difference
in the way in which you view emotions. You view women being like you view what women have been socialized to, like sensitivity or whatever, as like being
socialized.
But you don't really see anger and wrath and fury and the things that typically are associated with men and their emotions. You don't see those as emotions. You don't see that as getting emotional. To you, getting emotional is breaking down and putting yourself in a weaker or more vulnerable state. But that's not the fullest extent of what it means to be emotional.
Okay, Monty. So this really just comes back to teaching if there's a difference between men and women, and you recognize that there is a difference between men and women. You've already made that distinction. And then you want to say that gender is a spectrum. And then you want to say that there is scientific data. Pardon?
I don't see what's so wrong with what you've said so far.
No. How could those two things are mutually exclusive? How could it be a gender, or how could it be a spectrum, and so that there's not a distinct bifurcation when you're saying that there actually is a difference between men and women, a distinct differentiation?
I'm not gonna lie. That is probably one of the dumbest questions I've ever gotten in my entire life.
Then answer it.
I don't. I think
Like,
that is
if it's so
stupid.
easily dumb.
No, it's one of those things where it's so stupid it's hard to answer.
You haven't answered a single question.
Hold on. Because it's like, it seems to me like you have a fundamental misunderstanding of the fact that, like, I guess that gender and sex are separate concepts.
They're not. I mean, it's a lie that you want to push.
I can say that
You
men
can
and
say
women
that all
are
you
different
want.
while still maintaining the fact that gender is a spectrum, because different people are going to fall on the spectrum differently. Men are going to fall differently, even as far as like what being a man is concerned. There's so many different ways in which that can be
there's one way to be a
expressed, and
man.
there's so many different ways in which being a woman can be expressed.
Okay, there's only one way to be a man. It's by having 2 X chromosomes and a penis, right?
Wow.
And there's only one way to be a woman. XY chromosomes and a vagina.
Wait, hold on.
I know you've never seen a vagina before, but that is what a woman.
Idiot. I'm fucking married. What the fuck are you talking? No. Hold on. No, this is. I don't give a fuck. Continue. I don't.
So, yeah. You could be an effeminate man, you could be a masculine man, you could be a feminine woman, you could be a masculine woman. It doesn't change the fact that you are either a man or a woman. They're two distinct things.
Don't you see that? Don't you see that being like falling at different places on the spectrum of gender? I said,
it's not a spectrum. They're two separate things.
That's really what you just don't understand.
I want to jump in and just
your masculinity and femininity, having feminine qualities that like society deems feminine. Sure, that you're talking, maybe that's what you want to call gender, but that doesn't make someone. So if I'm a feminine if I were a masculine woman, let's say, and I am a masculine woman, I will never be a man. I will never be able to just shave my head and walk into a men's restroom. I should never be allowed to play men's sports.
You identify as a woman. That's fine. It's great. But
no, it's not. What do you mean fucking? I can't identify as a man. I'll never. There's no identification. That's what you're not grasping. You think at some point, if I'm masculine enough, and if I believe it in my heart enough, I could like be a man by declaring it through identification. I identify as a man. There's nothing that's the spectrum thing that you think exists that does not exist.
Well, Lauren, to be fair, okay, I was under the impression there's only the XX chromosome and XY chromosome. But after meeting Eli, like, he has the XY chromosome, but like, I don't know if we can put him in the man category, you know? So I don't know. Like, I'm kind of mind fucked right now.
Well, to be fair, Alex,
hold on, real quick. I'm gonna jump in here real quick. To be fair, you did describe a spectrum in your statement of there's men and women, XX and XY, because you said there's feminine men, which would be towards the feminine side of the spectrum.
No, so here's where you're misunderstanding. There's still men.
More machismo.
No one's saying they're not two men.
That's the spectrum. The spectrum isn't. There can be two things, but there could still be a spectrum of how masculine or feminine you are in that sex.
How masculine and feminine you are spectrum is different than a gender spectrum. He was trying to say that there was a gender spectrum. There is no such thing as there's only man and there's woman. There's nothing in between. If there was a spectrum, there would be an infinite number of genders in between man and woman. There is no other gender besides man and woman. Now there are intersex, which is abnormalities with chromosomes, which you could like are deformities, unfortunately. But there are only 2 biological natural genders, and that is man and woman. That's XX chromosome, XY chromosome. The spectrum that you're referring to is just how masculine or feminine you are. That has literally 0 to do with your biological gender. And no, gender and sex are the same fucking thing.
Biological.
Eli, how many genders do you think there are? How many sexes do you think there are?
I've never really thought about it, but I know that there's more than 2.
You're making an argument that there's like every
Well, I
single
mean,
thing I ask you,
if it's a
your response is,
spectrum,
I didn't
if
think
it's-
about it. Like,
if
if
it-
you're going to
if
make
it's
an
a
argument,
spectrum-
maybe you should think
hold
about
on,
something.
Hold on. If it's a spectrum, that there's like an endless possibility of how many there could be potentially.
So you
Like,
think
I
there's
know
like unlimited sexes?
no, because sex and gender are two separate things.
Well, that's why I'm asking you about both. So sexes,
They're
you would
not.
agree
Oh my
there's
God.
two sexes, right?
There's not even only two sexes. There's intersex as well, and there's about as many
Intersex are
intersex people. There's about as many
How many
intersex
sexes
people.
are there?
Hold on. There's about as many intersex people as there are people with red hair.
That's not.
Well, you don't answer a single question. I'm just asking you how many
I
sexes are
don't
there.
even.
I just
I
said
don't even
that. I mean,
understand how
sure.
we're having
I don't. I would say
any
for now,
reasonable talk here.
Let's
Like
say that.
you're gonna hold on. Like I can show you different studies if you want. You're holding on to estrogen doesn't affect different moods.
All right,
Doesn't make women overly emotional.
I'm gonna wrap up this
Wait, you just say
topic
it
and go a little
doesn't?
more structured on the next one. Does anybody want to make some closing? Let's just go through closing statements on this topic. We'll move to another one because this one seems like everybody's just talking past each other at the moment. So we're gonna wrap this up. Go ahead, Alex. Did you have final closing statements on this one? Is benevolent sexism beneficial to gender roles and
even though I've
relationships?
been like kind of trolling and like making fun of Eli, I do respect the fact that he's willing to come on this panel, have a discussion, and have a debate. So, I respect you for doing that because a lot of people aren't. But yeah, I mean, I think this is
Fucked. Just
what?
get fucked. Just get fucked. I'm sorry. You can respect me. I have no
Okay.
I have absolutely none.
All right, good job, buddy. That's showing up like feminists for real men. But yeah, I do think the whole like
I'm not
feminist
binary,
ideology is
thanks.
insane. Like if you look at like Eli, for example, like his answer for everything is I haven't thought about it, but then he's making a claim about it. Like how many sexes are there? I haven't thought about it. What do you think would blah blah blah? I haven't
That's
thought
not
about it.
what
Like I haven't thought about anything. Well, maybe you should look at the science and then you can make an educated opinion instead of going off your feelings and being like, this feels like the right.
Maybe you could
feminist
maybe you
argument
could like
to make.
actually offer
I'm just
something
gonna
to
say
the
that.
conversation. Maybe you could actually offer something of substance to the conversation.
I have made many substantial.
All right.
No, you
I
haven't.
think Dave
No, you
said
haven't.
we're doing closing statements, didn't you,
Yeah.
Dave?
Go ahead,
Let's
speak
not
easy.
do the back and forth thing. Yeah, I just like I said, from the main point of the question, yes, I think it's very beneficial. The benefit, benevolent. Oh my lord, you got me all twisted up. I think it's benevolent sexism is beneficial to relationships because I think we should teach men and women that men in general are masculine, women in general are feminine, and it comes with different things. Like estrogen changes your fucking moods. That's why women go through menopause and men don't. This it's fucking biology, man. But okay, we're socially constructed.
Okay.
Can I just add one really quick thing to what Speakeasy said? This applies to guys who like take steroids or on TRT. That's why they have estrogen blockers, because as a guy, if your estrogen goes too high, you get very emotional. You get very erratic, right? So that's why they will literally have them take estrogen blockers, because they don't want the estrogen to be too high. So anyway, that's all I was going to say.
Lauren?
Well, gender and sex are the exact same thing. Anyone who wants to tell you differently does not have a firm grasp of biology. And there is a reason in which we treat men and women differently and have done so for thousands of years. And every holy book has recognized the difference in sexes. And we need to teach our future society to respect the opposite gender and to work with the opposite gender and love and respect their differences. And speaking of respecting the genders, I really appreciate you guys for making this an even panel with an even number of men and women on it. Thank you.
I try.
Oh Lord.
I actually identify
Eli,
as a horse.
go ahead.
As a man.
Wow, where to go from here? I think I've said what I said. Move on.
Okay. Ginger?
Well, I myself enjoy and love the differences that we have between men and women. I think that they're beautiful. Some are, ugly differences, but I think that we all have that same pattern in us. So even like the ugly differences we have, we still have a pattern of like neutrality in them. I think it's beautiful, and I don't see a negative, but I also know that there are people who absolutely hate it. So it's beneficial to those who take beneficial things from it, I guess.
Okay.
Neutrality.
Gotcha. Tiberius?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I really made the only points I really wanted to on this topic earlier, so I don't really see the need to repeat myself. Like, we just need to have a conversation about some of these things that we happen to like as men and women and how we treat each other.
Okay. Understandable. All right. Moving on. In the second one, I'm going to have everybody do opening statements just to make it a little bit easier. What boundaries are expected to be in a relationship? And then when is it okay for someone to judge the boundaries within others' relationships? Alex, go ahead.
Okay, so I think the first one is kind of subjective. It depends on what your personal boundaries are. I can give you some boundaries that I think are good in general. I would say number one is that that person doesn't use you and has your best interest in heart. Number two, the person is honest. In my relationship, if my girlfriend starts lying to me, that would definitely cross my boundary. Number three would be reliable. You want your partner to be there if you're having a hard time. I would say number four is confidence. You want that if you tell your partner something, they're not going to spill it. So those are like kind of the boundaries that I would have. And I think they're good boundaries, but people can have additional boundaries. Like, for example, my girlfriend, she believes in like extreme transparency. So if I like so much as like go on a date with a girl, like she wants to know that. She wants me to tell her everything. And I don't personally need extreme transparency. So anyway, so I think they're somewhat subjective, but there's definitely good boundaries that are universal. In terms of the second thing, if the boundary is hurting one of the people in the relationship, then it's not healthy. If it's like, oh, you can't leave the house without like a fucking supervisor, it's like pretty, it's probably not going to be good for the girl's mental health. Or if it's something like you have to fucking do OnlyFans and take off your clothes and give me 80% of the money, that's my boundary. That's probably also not going to be good for the girl. So yeah, if someone's being harmed by the boundary, then I think it's okay to criticize.
Cool. Speak easy. You're muted.
Happens to me all the time.
That's good. That's good. I know I do it all the time, so everyone in my chat's used to it. So after hearing Alex here, it kind of seems like boundaries. We're kind of talking about standards too. So I think like with like any relationship, it's you need the trust, loyalty, effort, and attraction. This comes with like literally any relationship for it to work. And yeah, I agree with Alex what he said. The only time you should be able to judge others' relationships is when it's affecting one of the people in like a harmful way, or maybe even both. Like you see someone that's like you see a couple that they do heroin together. It's probably a good thing to judge them not to do that shit together. But yeah.
My boundaries that you have to inject every day.
All right, Lauren. You're muted. Lauren, you're muted.
Muted.
Damn it.
Solid
Right,
Mike mute solidarity. I love it. We're all gonna do it.
Yeah, we roll together.
Well, okay, so yeah, I agree very much with the first two openings. It's very personal. What's to be expected in relationships? I almost feel like every individual has their own boundaries, and their boundaries could be pretty uniform in most of their relationships, including the romantic ones. Like for me, I have pretty much the same boundaries with most people. I'm very particular. I don't like to be touched a lot. Like I have like very strong boundaries with people. So and yeah, so I have my things, and I don't know. Okay, and then when it comes to boundaries in other people's relationships, yeah, you should try to help out a girl if you see her being abused. I guess it could go to men as well. then again, try not to be too nosy. I learned that one recently. I got my nose in Xena and Sneeko's shit and got my nose bit right off. So never again for me. I'll just like let that bitch be abused. I don't give a shit. All right.
Jesus. All right.
Okay.
Nadi Lamonti?
So as far as boundaries in relationships, it's really just up to the two people in the relationship. In all honesty, when it would get unhealthy is, yeah, kind of when you clearly see like signs of like maybe abuse from either the woman, the man, or somebody, when like that's like apparent, and you can clearly see that like one person's not happy in the relationship or whatnot, basic stuff like that.
Okay. Ginger?
I kind of agree with all the previous panelists.
Oh no.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not. I think that everybody has their different opinions on what is a boundary and what isn't a boundary. The most important thing in a relationship to do is talk about those boundaries before you enter the relationship and make sure you know each other's boundaries. That way, if you don't feel like you feel like their boundaries might be abusive to your boundaries, then you can just cut ties. And if going down the road, if you can't make it work, you can't make it work. But yeah.
Okay. Tiberius?
Yeah, without trying to repeat what has been said both from the last topic and with this one, I'll largely put it as this. I think one of the reasons that these kind of conversations keep going up literally just is the fact that we would hope or almost expect that a lot of these conversations would already be had out. Like, as a man, this is your role. You do this thing. As a woman, this is your role. You do this thing. But due to the fact that the world has changed so much in the last 40, 60 years, that's not really the case anymore. So a lot of us are having to go with, yeah, it is upon you as an individual to figure out those deals, because you can even be one of those super old school people where it's like, hey, you are the single income breadwinner, right? All right, cool. I'm that guy, literally, pay for the both of us and the 3 dogs. But I had to still have that conversation about, all right, when I'm at work, what are you doing here at home that contributes to the relationship? And then you also, like, I can't even imagine for some of these people who go through and they are dual incomes. It's like, how do you all, like, separate your money? How do you all, like, figure out who's paying for the bills on, like, the housing bill and the water bill and the power, and then also at the same time, like, make sure the dogs get fed? Fuck, that's annoying. Like, I totally get why everyone's about to have an aneurysm when it comes to that conversation.
I'm gonna have to draw a boundary on my girlfriend for having an annoying dog that barks nonstop.
Nice. So, since it seems like we mostly agree on at least what the boundary should be or what's okay as a boundary, when do you think you should be involved in other people's relationships? When do you think it's your place to judge if something is going on in somebody else's relationship that you think is an unfair boundary? And how should you approach that?
I honestly, I feel weird about this just because I think that if you allow somebody into your relationship by explaining to them a situation that's going on, it's almost immediately okay for them to form an opinion on the subject, and it's almost impossible for them not to. So you can't be like, oh, well, I'm going to tell you this situation, but don't react or have a reaction to it. Like, that's a hard take.
I would say if they ask, or if they're they start talking to me about it. Like, I was consoling my best friend a couple weeks ago about his relationship with his now ex-girlfriend, because he asked me he wanted to sit down and talk about it. But otherwise, no, I wouldn't say anything for the most part. It's not my business for the most part.
Eli,
unless it's like obvious abuse.
I have a question for you. You said you're married, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just curious, what are the boundaries you personally have in your relationship with your wife?
That's none of your business.
Ooh.
It's a pretty general question.
Because you're some weirdo on the internet asking me about the boundaries of the. No, I'm not going to ask you or Ginger.
He's not that weird.
You don't need to ask, because I already announced it in my opening statement.
I mean, okay, well, that's something
you literally don't answer a single question. Like,
no, that's just a weird thing to ask. Wait, no, stop. No, because since the conversation about boundaries, you said you asked me a question and I gave you an answer. I'm not telling you that.
I know.
move the fuck
Are
off.
you gonna just dodge every question? Like every
Step the
question
fuck
we're gonna play
off,
this
dog.
I mean, if he's
Step
not
the fuck off.
comfortable answering questions about his
Yeah,
personal
it's a
relationships,
personal
that's
question.
totally understandable to not want to
All right,
answer.
what about Adam?
I'll give you
22's,
that. Sorry.
What about Adam 22's relationship? You think we should be able to talk about it? Because like I call him a cuck all the time, so like
I talked about
I
it.
should be able to be
It's
doing that.
good laws,
If
man.
you're
It's good
posting it,
laws.
if you're posting it on the internet, you better expect people to comment on it. Like I don't have any sympathy for people who share personal information about their love life and then have people talk about their love life with the information that they're given and then be like, oh, well, I don't feel comfortable with you talking about it. Then don't tell us. Don't show us into your relationship if you're uncomfortable with the reactions to it.
Yeah, Juniper is actually hitting on a good point. There's different standards for public figures and people who are private. If you are posting your shit on the internet, you don't get the benefit of privacy when it comes to most things. If you're a private person who doesn't post their life out there, then I would say, no, probably it's not really appropriate to drag his wife into it. But they're public figures, so I think it's totally okay.
Well, not even like only with public figures. Like if I see, like I've done it with a boy of mine. When I see like a girl taking advantage of him, like only comes around when he's got money to give her or something. Like I'm gonna fucking point it out and judge him. I'm like, bro, you're just fucking whipped by the pussy right now. You need to step out of this shit and look what you're doing.
That's being a good friend. You should do
Oh
that.
well, if they're like not in a relationship and he's just letting, or he or she is letting somebody just walk all over him, like I feel like that's a good thing that's a good time to like step in, because it's not really a relationship at that point. Like it's like parasitic.
Yeah, to me it's not, but like he at first he fought. He's like, I want to fuck spend my money. This is what I'm doing. What's your business? Blah 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 blah. Like he pulled the whole it's none of your business.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think it's bad if you like can clearly see that something is unhealthy. I don't think it's bad for you to like step in and be like, hey, yo, she's just kind of using you for your money, or they're just kind of using you for your car or whatever,
I don't think it's bad to point it out. Yeah.
Notice how they only come around when they need something from you, like.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to have much disagreement on this topic, honestly.
I was going to say, I think most of us agree on it.
Yeah, I was just trying to milk a little bit out of this topic.
No, I feel you.
But yeah, it looks like everybody's pretty on point. I don't even think we need to bother with closing arguments. Everybody's pretty lockstep that if people have public relationships, you have a right to judge it. If it's private relationships, you should probably stay out of it unless you see some actual harm, right?
Yeah. Some form of abuse.
Okay. All right, then I'll move on to the third and final question. I'm coming up with an extra question just in case. I'm working on it. So what effect does the parasocial aspect of OnlyFans style content have in regards to the red pill and incel movements? Does this have an impact on the ability to seek out or maintain relationships? I'll start with you again, Alex, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. We'll kind of have to tie a few things into it. So I do think that the OnlyFans, we'll call it epidemic, does contribute a little bit to the red pill movement, but I don't think it's the main driver. The fact of the matter is, less than 1% of girls are on OnlyFans. Okay, it may seem like every girl who's on Fresh and Fit is on OnlyFans, but like you survey 100 random girls, not a lot of them are going to be on OnlyFans. So I think it more has to do with the fact that of social media in general and dating apps that's fueling the red pill movement, not so much OnlyFans in of itself. Because most girls have been on dating apps at some point. Most girls have not been on OnlyFans. Most girls are on Instagram. Most girls are not on OnlyFans. So yeah, I mean, I think OnlyFans is a very small part of the pie. So as to speak, but I do think one big detriment with OnlyFans is actually to men, because it fuels them to like even further just stay around all day on their computer and form parasocial relationships with girls, but in reality they're talking to some random dude in India, but they think they're bonding with a chick that they're talking to, and that's a fact. I actually know a bunch of OnlyFans girls. I know how they do it. So yeah, it's just like it seems like it's like porn was already not really that great for the male brain, but at least porn you didn't come off with the impression that like, hey, I have a relationship with this girl. But OnlyFans, the reason it's so popular is because these guys who are fucking spending all their money and jerking off all day feel like they actually have a relationship with this girl, and they don't. I don't think that's good for the brain. But I don't think it should be illegal or anything like that. I just think that, yeah, guys who are like paying money on OnlyFans, like I feel really bad for them. Like that's not good for their brain and their well-being.
Okay,
That's it.
Go ahead, Easy.
All right. Yeah. So I do think it's definitely helpful or a push towards the incel movement because, like, you got dudes that are forming these what they think is a relationship with a chick over a computer, and it stops them from going out and forming real relationships and even friendships sometimes. So yeah, I think it's detrimental, especially to men in finding relationships when they're being taught they can just go online and do this bullshit. And I think the promotion of it also across all the social media websites is a huge part of it as well.
Okay, Lauren.
Okay, so I think it's interesting how it's phrased, because how does OnlyFans impact Red Pill and incel community? Just like not every girl is on OnlyFans, not every guy is in the Red Pill and incel community, or if they're in the Red Pill community, doesn't mean they're in the incel community. And I definitely think that the OnlyFans girls are affecting the incels more than just like your average everyday Red Pillar. So I think they're kind of symbiotic, which is why you have shows like Fresh and Fit and whatever podcast getting a lot of OnlyFans models, but not every girl on those shows have been on OnlyFans, because I have not been on OnlyFans. Pixie hasn't been on OnlyFans. So yeah, not every girl on there is on OnlyFans. So yeah, what else did I want to say? Oh yeah, does this have an impact? For the average relationship, I'd probably say it has a very low impact. It might, I think it has about as much of an impact as when porn first started becoming popularized and easily accessible to the average man. But which you can argue has had a detrimental effect on society. I don't think it I think it is similarly detrimental and leading in that same detrimental path, but it hasn't accelerated it as fastly as we've seen other jumps in the pornography industry accelerate the deterioration in relations.
Okay.
Just to throw a statistic out there, I just looked it up really quick because I was curious. OnlyFans has about 1 million content creators. The population in the U.S. is like 300 million, so it's less than 1% of women are on OnlyFans.
Okay. Not Eli Monty. Muted.
Yep. So I think that if you have a, I feel like if you've got like a weird sort of parasocial relationship going on, if men are capable enough of understanding, and seeing like, hey, when one of their homeboys is being used for his money by a girl, then they should also see that they're kind of in a weird sort of situation with like an OnlyFans girl or whatnot. But if that's what they want to do and they're enjoying themselves, I mean, fine. I feel like the real push that OnlyFans has had on like the incel movement, in all honesty, is that like I feel like a lot of the people who are a part of like the incel or red pill movements feel like they own, or that not that they own, but they have some sort of a claim to women's bodies, that they feel like they should be able to just gain access to women's bodies and be able to sexualize them, whether they know it or not, whether that's dropping comments as they're walking in public, or just thinking in their heads and whatnot. And now women are just saying, okay, well, if you're going to sexualize me and whatnot and subject me to all this shit, then pay me for it. And they don't like the fact that there is a payment attached to it for a lot of it, because these are the same people that will complain about OnlyFans and then go look at porn for 4 hours on Pornhub because it's free. Just say you don't like the fact that you got to pay for it. I mean, understandable. Nobody likes to pay for shit.
Okay. Ginger.
I mean, I would say to a larger extent to say that OnlyFans is kind of the rise of the red pill and the incel community is kind of a cop out. I feel like if you're going to be parasocial, you're going to be parasocial regardless of if they're on an OnlyFans or not. I have more parasocial men on my Instagram than I ever did on my OnlyFans when I had one. You know, even on my Twitter, where people just think that like, oh, because you posted a picture of yourself, that it's just you're willing to like spread your legs for them, and that's just kind of how it is. But I don't think that it furthers the incel or hurts any other community. It's just that's the way it is.
Okay. And Tiberius?
So, just want to make this a clarification before I go any further that I don't have a lot of friends in the red pill community. I haven't really talked to a lot of those folks for about 5 years. They either all died off or they all got, actually hitched. So that's a whole other conversation. So here's what I got, at least from outside looking in. I largely would consider this like the reaction to OnlyFans from the red pill community to be a lot of envy fuel. And some of this I think is a little bit understandable, but a little of this I think is completely off the mark, and these folks really need to talk to women. So there's like given like perspectives when it comes to, wow, these women just look pretty and they're able to like make hundreds of dollars, like literally an app, sometimes a day, sometimes an hour. I'm not going to go there. I'll just say some are very successful, some are so much not. A lot of dudes get super envious of this shit. It's like, man, I wish that would, like, I could do it that easily. I think that really undermines, like, what these women put themselves through, particularly in the fact that they just literally let the simp horde, like, pour onto them, and that dealing with that is horrible. The other side of that really just boils down to, I totally get where, like, you see all of these attractive women and you're like, why can't I get an attractive woman? But I'm like, guys, get off your fucking computer and go talk to people. It's like, yeah, you might not get that 10 out of 10, but you can probably get an 8 if you're not a jackass. So there's just levels to where I think it's actually a self-destructive cycle for a lot of these folks. But the problem is like they're just going full tilt into it.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I just don't see how OnlyFans is like particularly significantly more destructive than porn. Like I feel like they're
I don't think it is.
It's the same thing, in all honesty.
So, Lauren, porn has it. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just want to ask Dave, did I mistake? You said OnlyFans or OnlyFans style content?
OnlyFans style content. So like OnlyFans fan house
so
fans.
porn would be in there.
Well, no, it would be like cam shows. I don't think it would include porn, right?
I consider porn a little bit different because porn is something that's produced one time, and OnlyFans is more interactive. So
Yeah.
I could group cam sites in with it though, for sure.
Yeah, I can. Okay,
I think that porn in general is what is causing the destruction of society. Well, not the entire, destruction of society, but it is a large factor to it. And it's not that OnlyFans in particular is like a major
Yeah, but OnlyFans is like the super porn. You get to watch the porn.
No, that's not true though. But that's not true though. That Cam Soda is really, really interactive, and that's when it's live. Like most girls on OnlyFans don't go live, but like you got Cam Soda where like they give them more and more initiatives, the more live streams they do, and the guys talk to them and can give them money at the same time.
I'm sure there's work. Wait, to answer Lauren's initial question, so you're partially right and partially wrong. Porn does have a much bigger reach. There's way more people watching porn that are watching OnlyFans. But I think you have to acknowledge that porn is like the gateway drug, if you believe in the gateway drug theory of like this whole thing, right? Guys don't go from like, I don't either, but guys don't go from like not watching anything to signing up for OnlyFans. They start off with porn, and then they kind of
porn's free.
Up there. Yeah. So it's kind of like it's like a baby stepping type of process. But I think the real big issue with OnlyFans, again, is what I said earlier, is that these guys feel like they're actually in a relationship. In a porn, like when you're watching porn, you don't actually feel like you're in a relationship with a girl, right? But when you're on OnlyFans, I've heard, obviously I don't fucking watch that shit. I've heard that like it feels like these guys feel like they're attached to the girl. and then
Okay.
Yes, they do.
they get like upset and butthurt if the girl's like not responding to their DMs or
Yep.
whatever about meeting up, you know, because they don't even understand the person they're talking to and texting with isn't the girl. It's some dude in the Philippines or some dude in India, right? So
Or
they're just
me.
like completely delusional about what they're where they stand. in terms
I
of the-
would say that I don't feel bad for the people that fall into the parasocial relationship issue, because I would say that the majority of the women that are posing as like said like girlfriend or whatever and giving them that experience, that's an extra paid experience to have on every single girl's site. Like no girl's just gonna randomly dig into your DMs and give you that girlfriend experience. Guys
Well,
pay extra for that and have to ask for it.
That's
Yeah,
not
but
necessarily
to
true.
be fair, and I'm not super knowledgeable with like exactly how OnlyFans works. So this is just stuff I've heard. A lot of girls, they have like a thing where you can text the girl, right? You can interact with the girl if you're paying a
Yep.
certain amount of money a month.
Right. That's the
And-
girlfriend experience.
Right, but
Yeah,
look,
but
that's
so
the big
there's
selling
like
point.
so like I used to help two girls with their OnlyFans accounts, and you know how to talk to certain men because of like the way they reach out to you. So like you're talking to a lot of men without them paying you first to get them to pay you more.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's not even the girl that you're talking to. If the girl's like semi-popular, you're talking to some random
No,
dude. in
it'll be
India.
someone
That's
like
not-
me.
I mean, that's not always true either. I was top 1%. I didn't do nudes, and I talked to all of my own fans. So it's not always the case, and I'm
Okay.
sure a majority of women don't make the money that they say that they
You were
make
top
and don't have
1%. How
No,
much was
no,
that?
the
Ginger, you agree on
the
the
average OnlyFans creator makes like $140 a month. So
Yeah, that's true.
it's fuck all. But
Yeah,
these
the
girls that I'm
average
talking about,
OnlyFans-
they make like $4,000 a month. It's different when you do that parasocial shit.
I mean, that doesn't I think that that's just shitty in of itself to
Of
pretend
course
or
it is.
to make men pay for a girlfriend experience and then have them
Of
talking
course.
to usually another dude. So I mean, I think it's, you know, you
Let's
even
go
saying that you worked for
OnlyFans,
other
okay.
women's OnlyFans. It's like I used to have guys come up to me all the time, but I like it was just weird to be like, yeah, no, I don't need you working on my site for me. I do that.
Ginger,
Yeah,
just
these
out
were
of
friends. These
curiosity,
were friends of mine that I didn't want to see them selling their bodies and making a fool of themselves on the internet for $100 a month. So I made sure they did it right.
Yeah,
They
Speakeasy
wouldn't
told me I
quit.
shouldn't do
They
it.
wouldn't quit when I told them to quit, so they did it that way.
Ginger, just out of curiosity, what do you think was the reason that people were signing up for your OnlyFans? You said you weren't doing nudes, so what do you think was the motivation for these guys to pay for, you know, whatever it is that you offered on your OnlyFans?
I have no idea. I wouldn't be able. I mean, obviously, it's. I would take, like boudoir cosplay photos. So I would do a random cosplay character, and then I would do that character in lingerie. But I was never naked. I always had, you know, I was always
Cosplay has a
covered.
pretty big fan base.
So yeah, but and I started during like the height of the pandemic. So you know, people were more
Yeah, you got
apt to be
at the
on
right
it.
time. But you
So
would
yeah, I
agree.
got it.
Go
Go ahead.
I was gonna say you would agree the motivation probably for the majority of the guys was sexual, right? Like they want
Yeah,
to like
I mean, of course, I'm not stupid. I don't think that they were just sitting there going, "Oh, she's pretty," and like passing through. Like I know what they were doing with my pictures, you know. But you know, I don't see it
Can
like
you
I said.
explain it?
I just want to say, I think it's not only the parasocial aspect, but like also the promotion and the normalization of it that affects relationships the most. Because you're like,
What
we're
percentage
literally
of men-
teaching, we're like teaching young women they can sell their image and they can sell their
Hold on.
love. We're teaching men they can buy affection and they can buy women's bodies. Like,
Well,
this
I
is a-
don't
Hold on,
like
don't
how
forget-
other
don't
women
forget.
promote. Oh, I'm sorry. Go
Men-
ahead.
Sorry, women. You said there's only less than 1% of women are on OnlyFans. How many people are paying for OnlyFans? What percentage of people are customers?
There's
I'll
210. There's 210 million subscribers, and you were actually wrong, Alex. There's 2.1 million.
Not according to the statistic I read. but-
Creators.
I would say instead a different thing we should really look at is like, okay, the societal conditions that would not perpetuate, that would cause someone to maybe feel like they need to go and do those things. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, yeah, I do acknowledge
Well,
that there are people
they do it for money. But what do you think is the thing that makes men pay for OnlyFans? I know you're gonna ramble, but okay, go ahead.
I didn't hear what either one of you said because you guys were both talking.
Yeah, that's still going. Go ahead and finish the question.
I said, are you talking to me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. I said that I think what we should look at when we want to talk about this is more from the angle of what societal conditions are pushing people to feel as though they need to do this to make money. Because, like, yeah, like I said, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of women that do this because they genuinely like doing this. They feel empowered by it. They feel pretty, whatever. And that's great. Do you. But there's also a lot of women that do this because, you know, the day job's not cutting it. But that's how it is for a lot of people. I think, like, what, 70% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck off of just one job. Some people
also, so they need $140 a month.
Well, I mean, that's
fuck. You know how much difference that makes for me?
No, to answer what you're saying. No, to answer what you're saying, Monty. Like the solution is to make, like, I don't know how to put this in a light way, but like we have to not make it offensive to tell girls that sell their bodies online that they're sluts. I'm sorry.
Also, isn't that
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, isn't prostitution the world's oldest profession?
They're sluts.
So then would you mean societal conditions that cause it? There's not a society that's ever existed that didn't have prostitution. Like, what society didn't have?
Hold on.
The ones where you get stoned for doing that shit. That's where they don't have that shit.
No, they still have it. I mean, like, I think most of the responsibility when it comes to OnlyFans falls on men. This is one of the very few things where I will say that I think most of the responsibility is on men. Because if men weren't fucking simping to this shit, then girls would not be able to make money on OnlyFans. There would be no OnlyFans, right?
Yeah, so but feminism plays a part with these fucking slut walks and, you know, let's all go topless walking down the street.
I don't agree with any of that shit.
Wait, if every guy was like, I'm not going to fucking simp for some random chick I don't know, then there would be no OnlyFans demand.
That's why they need dudes like you, Alex.
I know.
Not fucking simping out here, bro.
I know. I mean, try to.
What does feminism? What did you say about, like, feminism? Telling people what?
You know, what's her name? The fucking slut walker, when they did the whole burn the bras things and walk down the street.
Oh, slut walk, yeah.
Like, what is that? What is that? That's helping who? Helping what?
They wanted to do that.
The free the nip campaign.
Yeah, like, who does that help?
It helps perverted men. That's who it helps.
Whenever there's a demand for product, there will always be supply. You can make the penalty. You can any condition. If there's demand, people are willing to pay money for something. There will be the supply, right? So I think that the girls, doing their OnlyFans thing is largely a byproduct of men willing to pay money for it, right? And again, the average OnlyFans girls makes jack shit, but when she's getting into it, she doesn't know that. She's like, I'm gonna be a millionaire. But I want to just really quickly ask Eli something.
Hold on. I didn't get to finish what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, like, I mean, I think there's more important things to worry about than free the nipple, but at the same time, I feel like, you know, if that's like an empowerment or if they feel like that's an empowerment thing because women are always slut shamed whenever they do anything sexual or quote unquote promiscuous whatsoever. I mean, if that's how they feel like they're gonna take it back, you know.
Have you ever watched the documentary After Porn Ends? Have you ever watched that documentary?
No, I've never heard.
Oh, I think I did a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah, you see how it ends up for women in that fucking industry. They're never happy. Why would you want to encourage women to be fucking sluts? That makes no sense. Men don't like most men, especially the men that have the pick of women, aren't gonna pick the fucking sluts to marry. So why are we gonna tell women, yeah, you should be a fucking slut? Wait, that's so stupid. That's like telling dudes, yeah, just sit at home, smoke weed, and get fat, bro.
Maybe not everything a woman does is for the approval of a man. Maybe they can do things that they want to do with their bodies and whatnot. And also, like, I mean, wait, no, hold on. What's so wrong with that? What's so wrong with that? Not every I
don't want my daughters to be encouraged to take their fucking tops off in public. That's what's wrong with that, bro.
Okay,
that's what's wrong with that. The
Well,
women that want to do that will do that on their own, even if we don't encourage it, even if we slut shame them.
Like you're not confident enough in your ability as a parent to teach your kids what you want them to learn. What are you saying? You're a shitty dad? You're saying you're going to go out in the world and you're going to just forget everything daddy taught them?
I can't control what's.
I mean, that's exactly what happens in most families.
Like you didn't have any influence by your fucking friends. You're just fucking lying to yourself. Look at you, act like you're a feminism, bro.
I'm just saying.
You're gonna act like you didn't have friends.
Are you getting mad? You get mad?
Shut the fuck up. Act like you didn't have kids. That you didn't get no influence from your friends.
I
think you're both being really emotional right now.
Sometimes I do get really emotional, Ginger. Yeah,
absolutely. The mixture.
Wait, thank you for having an all-women's panel.
Growing up with a Jamaican and a Portuguese parent,
I take offense to that.
That's my tone.
I'm a pretty lady.
I mean, what you want to teach your kids, like that's fine. Go teach your kids that. I'm just
right.
saying, like,
I don't think it should be encouraged in society.
Okay, I mean, I actually don't think it should be encouraged either. Even when I was, at the top of my game doing it, I would never turn to a girl and be like, oh yeah, this was easy money. It wasn't easy money, and it was not fun money either. I would say, because it takes a lot of who you are, and it becomes like what your life has to kind of revolve around to even make money from it. So
I just want to make a quick side point about what Speakeasy said, and I want to ask my question to Eli. Speakeasy, like, in theory, what you're saying totally makes sense to me. Because, like, I'm looking at myself, I'm like, yeah, like, if I'm choosing, I'd prefer to have a girl who, hasn't done porn and doesn't, whatever, have a OnlyFans career. But the one thing that kind of makes me doubt that is there's, like, endless counterexamples. Like, Jeff Bezos' new wife, she slept around a lot. Logan Paul's fiance, there's literally videos coming out for her sucking some random dude's dick. She banged Leonardo DiCaprio. Jada Pinkett Smith, she used to fuck Tupac, right? And then all these supposedly high-value men married them. So I don't know. I feel like for some guys, like probably me and you, like that is like somewhat of a deal breaker. But I think there's so many guys, and a lot of them being high-value men, at least when it comes to finances and fame, that will just like overlook all that shit. I don't know. But anyway, so the question I have for you, Eli, is I want to flip the question that you initially asked. What are societal conditions that cause men to pay money to be in these weird parasocial relationships?
I would say it's largely to do with maybe something with men are reporting that they're a little bit more lonely. So, maybe they're just really that desperate from having to work all the time just to make ends meet and barely even do that. And so some of them might get a little desperate here and there and be like, you know what? I don't see any other way. I'll pay for this thing just so I can feel something from the opposite sex, because again, like, they don't have the time. They're too busy trying to make ends meet. I also think that's one aspect, but I also think there's something to do with maybe there's men that don't have a lot of, not maybe, there are men that don't have a lot of confidence when it comes to like talking to women, like just outside and offline and whatnot. Like, because I couldn't talk to anybody from personal experience. I can never talk to anybody on like a dating app. I've only went on like maybe 2 dating app dates, but like I'm just more of a person to where I'm comfortable talking to people and getting to know them face to face, like, just in public and whatnot. And so I could get dates that way. And people are different. I think that can be eliminated by, learning how to feel content with who you are and where you're at in society, or where you're at in your life, and understand that, you can't compare your chapter 5 to somebody else's chapter 20, and that you're okay where you're at. You're just going to keep going. And then once you keep going, you'll find somebody.
All right. So aside from learning to be content, which is good, I agree with you on that. What are solutions so men stop simping for OnlyFans girls?
I don't know if there is a solution. Men are going to simp if they want to simp. Women are going to simp if they want to simp. We can't get rid of simping, dog. It's just a part of it.
I'm not talking about legally. I'm talking about information, knowledge that you can pass on to men that would lower the average. You have no idea?
I mean, if it wasn't such a negative, I have an idea. If it wasn't such a negative for men to go to therapy, they could go to therapy.
Yeah, maybe that too. Yeah,
I agree with you on
just-
that. That's one of the biggest, one big things I push back on my channel. I constantly talk about how I used to go to therapy, how it's helpful. There's no shame in going to therapy. I agree with that point. That's one of the few things that I will agree with feminists on. I do think there's a lot of value in finding the right therapist, but there's also more to it than that. What about if that guy was able to get a girlfriend, right? That would probably, decrease the amount of time he simps for girls on OnlyFans. Or if that guy just wants to have a lot of sex, what if he was able to have a lot of casual sex? Because he got better talking to girls, he got better Tinder profile. So there are definitely solutions to this issue.
I think Alex is just promoting his channel right now.
No, I'm just saying, like, you don't have to like
a
fucking
cheap
even go
plug
to my
there.
channel.
No, but what he's saying here is right. Like, there's so many solutions to it, and like, I have a question, because you're like, oh, just let people do. What's wrong with the girls walking with their bras out to free the nipple? Blah, blah. Do you think I should encourage people to smoke?
I think there's a big difference between smoking and like walking around.
Oh my fuck!
One doesn't give me cancer.
I know they're not the same.
okay.
Wait, hold on.
But,
You
like-
compare looking at titties to cancer. Are you gay? Like, genuinely, like, you're just gay to say that. You don't like women to say that. Like,
Okay,
if you don't
so
like women to
I
say that.
think
I'm
the
not
general, I
complaining
think
about seeing titties when I walk down the street.
Okay.
'Cause
I think what he's referring
titties.
to is just like the fact that like I can't really complain if a guy's looking at my cleavage if I have my cleavage out,
I mean,
right?
Wait, what?
Isn't that kind of like your point? Is that, you like how is getting naked supposed to, inspire men to turn away, basically?
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm saying. If we're teaching young women that OnlyFans is okay, it's okay. You're power to you, girl. Yeah, fight the power. Take your bra off. Walk down that street. We encourage this. You don't think this is not only teaching young women they can fucking sell their bodies and we know that shit leads to detrimental shit, but we're also teaching men to objectify women. Don't you see that?
To be honest,
I mean, I guess you could say that, but to a degree. But at the same time, I mean,
when you see a guy in a black suit, badge on, gun on the hip, what do you think?
maybe cop or Men in Black.
Okay, cool. So there's like so now you see a naked woman in the street. What do you think?
She doesn't have any clothes on. She's naked. I hope she's not cold.
Fuck off. Yeah, you think hoe, bro? Come on.
No, I think
I'm gonna
wait,
stand
hold
up
on. I'm gonna be
for
honest with
Monty.
you. No, wait. I'm gonna be honest with you. Considering what I do for a living, I probably go, "Oh my God, is she homeless?" That's probably what
Okay,
I
how
She's
about
drunk and
fishnet?
wears her
Okay,
keeper.
how about
That's what I'd want.
fishnets? How about
Maybe-
fishnets, short skirt, top that shows only
Prostitute.
covers up to here, tits all out, makeup crazy done, hair all crazy done. What do you think she is?
Prostitute.
In Vegas.
She's a person walking down the
Prostitute.
street. I don't know.
Oh,
anything
you
about her.
know, man,
There's no clothes,
prostitute or
but-
stripper is the fucking. That's
Wait,
the
no,
what
I'm
you
not-
wear.
Hold
I
on.
don't
Come on,
judge
dude.
people
Like,
based off of how
you
they
just
look.
walk
you're
around
not
the
gonna get
answers
kicked
every
off the
time.
feminist
You
club
just
if
walk
you're just
around
like,
the answers every
I'm not-
time.
Wait, no, I'm
But
not. I'm just
speakeasy,
no, you're
speakeasy,
just
quick
judging people
question.
based off of how they look. I don't do that. I don't just judge people
Speak.
like
Oh,
that.
come off.
Subconsciously,
You're
you
like
do.
that
You're
like,
wrong.
sure,
ever. He doesn't judge anyone.
I mean, I'm sure
He's
there's
such a
people that see
saint.
me walking down the street with what I
You
got
judge
on.
me
and
for
I'm like,
holding
what's
the
he wearing?
microphone. Speakeasy. Okay, but earlier you
It's
said
cold.
if a woman walks down the street naked, we're teaching men to objectify women. I will agree with, I think, Monty and Ginger here on this one point, though. I disagree with that because men, they are frequently on the beach topless. Nobody objectify. It's such a normal
true,
thing to see men with their nipples exposed, and it's
Because
so abnormal.
because
and
women are
they-
attracted differently to men. That's why. Women aren't attracted to
what if they're
men the
lesbian?
same way women are men are attracted to women. We don't look for the same
What if
things.
they're a lesbian?
I'm sorry, but there's sometimes when I
okay,
see
we're
a
gonna
man with
talk
their
about
shirt
what
off
if
that
they're
I want to bite
lesbian.
him. Look,
exactly. So,
You know,
but
they're-
the thing is, I don't think
But
I
what-
don't-
I
Ginger
just
is
I
think
think
officially a
that
vampire.
Wait,
Confirmed.
men
What
think that
about
women's
lesbians?
tits are especially like
Okay,
you know,
two scenarios for you, Lauren, and Monty and Ginger. Wait.
Is it going to answer about lesbians?
Okay, two scenarios for you then. Tits aren't sexual. Two scenarios for you guys. Okay? There's a topless boy running down the beach, and I'm taking a picture of my friend. He's in the background. I posted. Does anything happen? He's a 12-year-old little boy running down the beach. Does anything happen? Wait, does anything happen? Yes or no? It's just yes or no.
I know where you're going with this. No.
Okay, what happens with a little girl topless in the background when I post it?
Technically, legally, if she's running around on the beach topless,
technically,
Well, here's
the
both of them would
That's
be
what
bad.
happens if I post that picture up? Is that what you guys think happens?
That would
Make a post of a picture of a topless boy in his bathing suit, and then
like a little 3-year-old girl.
I post both these pictures. Which one I get in trouble
I would
for?
want to know why anybody's taking pictures where there's topless kids running around.
That too. A, and then B.
Someone take. Okay, you guys love doing
shit, dog. This is a bad scenario.
You love
Pick a
doing
different one.
The whole point is
Actually, no. I've actually so I had a
Estrogen is skyrocketing.
I actually had
This is
hold
so
on one
fucked
second.
up.
This will help because I actually had a similar situation
Is it okay
happen
if
to
the
a friend of mine.
14-year-old sends Monty a tit picture? If he accepts that, that's okay.
Whoa, dog.
No, none of them should be sending it.
No, that's
Why
a really
not?
interesting
Because it's
legal
sexual.
question.
Tits are
Well, that's a
sexual.
very
No,
interesting
they're
legal
not.
question. I want to answer this. I think it really depends on the state. First of all, it depends on the state because I'm pretty sure in some states 14 is actually the age of consent, and then also it depends on the state because I looked into this because whatever podcast actually got flashed recently, and I was looking into the legality of whether or not it was possible for them to get sued, and then I looked at the California statute for what's considered obscene. And it did say genitalia area, but it didn't specify if breasts were classified under genitalia. And I do not believe male or female nipples are classified under the California statute as obscenity. But I could be incorrect. And I think every state is different in what they classify. So maybe some states do classify female breasts and nipples as obscene and other states don't. And I find that fascinating, actually.
Lauren, yeah, it depends on the state, the county, the mood of the police officer, the character of the police officer. Like, I live in Miami.
No, it'd be a state thing. It would be a state-by-state basis.
Well, no, like
I really don't know what you were expecting, Speakeasy.
I live in Miami.
All right, can I turn this into something?
You find like a 50-year-old with topless 14-year-olds in his phone, and it's like, oh, it's not sexual.
Speakeasy, let me help you, please. So, okay, so a similar situation happened with a friend of mine, but it doesn't involve little boys and girls. It just involves lolly. Okay.
I'll let you do this, but I'm going to ask you the same question after, just so everybody knows. Go ahead.
Then I'm not going to do it. Don't worry about it.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. I want to hear the lolly question. Go for it.
Hold on. I just want to continue with this thought. The whole legal scenario gets even more fascinating when you bring in the transgender community, which we saw when the Biden administration brought. No, when the Biden administration had.
No. We can just abandon this point.
I'm not saying anything derogatory. It's just something that happened. So the Biden administration had a pride event, and a transgender man and a transgender woman flashed their shirts at the event, and only the. Why are you talking over me? So anyway, only the person who had the male to female what got in trouble because technically they were the one with the female breast, which I found very fascinating because technically they were the only one without biological female breasts, and I thought that was. So, the law is very iffy right now.
Cool story, bro. We don't give a fuck.
All right, I still want to hear the lolly question.
Well, you should give a fuck, Monty. You should give a fuck.
I didn't listen. I really didn't listen. I just waited for the...
Yeah, this is probably why you aren't a math major or graduated from law school.
I'm a social worker, idiot. Like, what...
Yes, I bet you are.
I graduated law school. Look at me. I'm going to talk about shit nobody gives a fuck about.
What did you... So you're a social worker. What? Yeah, that's... that's how you help people. That's important.
It's a good cause. I mean, I do feel like Monty has to take his testosterone shots. His estrogen is really high right now.
Like I said, work out your Bosley because you're a little follicle deficient up there, dog. You about to be like Dave in a minute. And that'll be a step
Not
up.
to
In
be
all
what?
honesty, that'll be an improvement. My guy.
Jesus Christ.
You're gonna talk about testosterone. It was like you got a little bit too much. At least I
Sure,
got
man.
my hair.
I've made peace
Like-
with the fact that I have hair loss. It doesn't affect
Like,
me in any way.
dog. Also,
seem like
why do you look
ultra
like
triggered and
Popeye?
Me too,
emotional.
Look to
Alex.
the fucking
Me
camera.
too.
Like I haven't seen both of your eyes at the same time this entire time. If one is always open, the other one's always closed.
Why are you trying to stare in my eyes? You're married, my man.
Why you give a fuck about my testosterone levels, dog?
Because
You
you're
wanna
having
do
like a
this stupid
fucking
shit, you can go,
spasm
bro.
seizure.
You won't
Every
win
20
this shit, my
seconds, you're like
guy.
spazzing
You won't
out.
fucking win this shit.
Wait,
You're
is
like
this your
screaming
first
at me.
time on a
Fucking
panel,
testosterone
Monty?
shot. No, it's
No,
not
it
my
is
first
not.
time on the panel, but it is my first time on the panel.
Does he
with
always
three
rage
idiots.
quit?
3 fucking idiots.
What's
your
Come on,
favorite
man.
dinosaur,
That
bro?
I could
you
definitely
that
make
you
him
have
rage
the
quit if it was
same
one on
brain
one.
cell from motherfucker to motherfucker.
What's your favorite
I'm
dinosaur?
sorry.
Wait,
bro?
who
we're
are the
not
three
all friendly.
idiots?
Okay,
Who
wait,
are the
who's
three
more mad,
idiots?
Monty
Oh.
now or
Monty,
Janelle?
Monty, what's your favorite dinosaur, buddy?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah, I'm
I'm telling
asking.
you.
Auntie doesn't answer any questions.
I like
That's my
velociraptors.
point.
I'm not
There's
answering
no
anything else.
fucking
Yeah.
straight answer out of
He has
this
a
guy.
strict, I will not answer a single question policy. Yeah. Anyway,
I like velociraptors, if you want to know.
T-Rexes are cool.
No, velociraptors.
Fine, okay, whatever. It's not fine. On the flip side, I will say this. Maybe this will create more disagreement with some of the other people here. I do sympathize more with girls who get on OnlyFans than guys, because I'm looking at it from a girl's perspective, and it's like this. It's like, hey, I work this fucking job where I have to wake up at 7 a.m. and I fucking have to go there and I make like $35,000 a year, and it's fucking pain in the ass. I could make so much more than that on OnlyFans. Now, in reality, they don't, right? But they don't know that. They think they're going to make. So I can understand why someone, like, let's be real, okay? If guys could make $30,000, $40,000 a month on OnlyFans, like fucking 30, 40, 50% of guys would be on OnlyFans. It just kind of is what it is. Versus with the guys, like, I don't know. I mean, I feel bad that they're lonely and they can't get a date, but it's just like, you're just paying girl money to be in a parasocial relationship. Like, the girl's taking your money from you. Like, I don't know. I mean, I can see both sides of it, but I do think I have more sympathy for the girls in this situation.
What do you think about the men who join OnlyFans, like as creators?
Yeah, I've interviewed some of them. I think that's good, but they're a very small percentage.
Those guys are
Well, I mean, there is actually not a very small percentage. Unfortunately, the
Those dudes are
majority
forced.
of the men who join OnlyFans are joining it to message girls who are on OnlyFans to say, let's collaborate. And that's what they do and when they join OnlyFans. So there's actually a large number of men who join OnlyFans, but they don't take it seriously.
Stop giving away my secrets. What percentage of men do you think are like actually like legit content creators on like what percentage of the OnlyFans community do you think is male legit content creators?
Well, see, the thing is that there would be more if men were able to understand that only men tend to buy porn. Only men tend to need the visual stimulation in order to orgasm. So most men are going to be the ones that pay for things like OnlyFans. So when you get into OnlyFans creation as a man, you have to know that you're catering to gay men. You are not catering to straight women.
I will say you can also like I interviewed this guy named Joe Fit. He never did anything like any kind of gay content. He did like videos of him fucking girls. So you can make it. This is a complete side point and a complete tangent, but you can make it as a straight male OnlyFans content creator. But generally speaking, you are right. If you're a guy, you know, you're going to make more money, at least initially, if you're doing like gay content. Yeah, I will agree with you on that.
Yeah, it's like 20% is male. It's not that big of a percentage compared to the women.
I thought it was less than that. I'll have to look into that.
I think it's approximately 20. Like it's like 15 to 20, somewhere in between there, something like that. But yeah, that's a small percentage compared to the women. And like you just said, they're being objectified by gay men. So that's like for the most part. My whole point was this whole promotion of this shit, and plus the parasocial relationship that adds on to once they get there that they want to stay in there. This fucks up people going out and finding actual relationships, even friendships. Like they're gonna sit there fucking all day hoping they're gonna get this girl that they'll never fucking touch.
Yeah,
they're probably talking to a dude.
But these are the same
I agree.
men that sit on LOL or WoW all day. Not saying that they're all like that, but I'm just saying like they're gonna start parasocial relationships anywhere they are.
Yep.
No,
Whether it's no, hold on. Whether it's paying for a gamer girl's like add-ons on games or skins or whatever, like they're all out there and they're willing to spend their money no matter what the girl's doing or what. So it's like, do I feel bad that there are women who lean into that? Absolutely not.
Well, no, that's why I said this.
To be fair, I see your point that there's definitely going to be a correlation there. But if you look at like surveys of people like 20 years ago and now, when they talk about like having friends, being content with their social life, I mean, there's a drastic difference between like 20 years ago, like everyone had like 4 or 5 friends on average. Now everyone has like one
but
friend on
look,
average.
20 years ago, the internet wasn't as prevalent though. That's the issue. Like, I mean, when I was growing up, people only had one computer,
So
and you got kicked off if somebody picked up the phone. Like,
so the internet is a big part of the problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, isn't it like the fact that a 10-year-old could log on to Twitch and then see some chicks in a hot tub and they say they get a hold of
not even in a hot tub anymore. They're putting this kind of stuff on under arts and crafts because they're painting their bodies. They're putting it on just chatting.
That's
like
what
these
I'm
girls
saying.
are literally sitting with their clothes off and just chatting. Like
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to like.
Yeah. Like that's, and all you have to do is say, yeah, I'm 18. And if your parents' credit card's already in your phone or whatever you're using, they start sending money to put their name on their tits and shit. It's like you're already teaching these kids from fucking mad young that they can just pay for women like this. And then they grow up fucking, this is just, it's disgusting. I don't even think that should be allowed on Twitch, to be honest, or YouTube or any other fucking thing that kids are going on. It's fucked up.
It's hard though when you
it's
say that
typically- I
shouldn't
think
be
you should be a
allowed.
parent and you
Hold
should,
on. You say it shouldn't be
This guy,
allowed.
you should
So
be
you
a
want
parent, man. So you have kids, right?
I'm just saying you should like be.
You have
parent.
kids, right?
Like,
You have kids. No, Eli, you have kids,
can't-
right?
I mean, I don't, but like you.
Okay,
can't,
so
like,
fuck off with
you're
the
not-
be a parent
you're
shit,
not gonna-
guy.
you're not
Go
gonna-
be a parent before you want
I
to
mean,
judge
you
other
sound-
fucking
I mean,
people
you
about
just-
being parents.
No,
Shut
bro,
the
you
fuck
just sound
up,
like a
bro.
shitty dad for real.
Shut
like,
the
you just
fuck
sound like
up, bro.
You just sound like a very bad dad.
my
Like,
God.
you
Yeah,
sound like
bro.
a terrible
Okay,
parent.
cool,
Like,
guy.
in all
And you
honesty.
sound like a goofy little bitch.
Oh wow! At least I'm.
Yeah,
not a
you
garbage
sound like you
parent.
suck dick for a living, bro. That's what
And
you sound like.
again,
Mr. Feminist
sound
over
like,
here.
You
Shut the
honestly
fuck
sound
up.
like a failed dad. Like, for
Yeah,
real.
cool, bro. Cool.
Blaming
You're
your,
lucky.
blaming your lack
Yo,
of parenting on the internet. Blaming your lack. Blame your
cool,
lack
bro.
of parenting.
Cool.
On the
Coming
internet.
from the guy that doesn't have kids and has his fucking boyfriend in the back there. Go touch your Christmas tree over
Oh,
there.
I got a wife and a boyfriend for real. I'm back in both ends.
Can we
Who's,
see the
who's your favorite dinosaur, bro? Barney?
What you got in what you got in your closet back there? What's going on? What's going on with you?
Your
Guys,
mother's
questions about
back
me?
there, bro.
All right, let's get back to the topic.
Where's your
This is
girlfriend?
funny,
Or your
man.
boyfriend? Or your boyfriend, you know,
Let's redirect to the.
Oh, my
the
boyfriend. Oh, your
topic.
boyfriend.
Or
That's
the
how you
penguin
sound, bro. You
outside
literally
the door.
sound gay by the way
All right,
you talk.
I'm gonna
Oh,
step in and pull this back to the
That's
topic
no
real
gay
quick.
to you? That's no gay to you?
Like I said when I'm talking,
Goofy
chill
ass
for a minute.
bitch.
That includes
Talk
you.
about parenting.
Easy.
Like
You
he
know,
knows about
I know.
parenting. Get the
It's
fuck
okay.
outta
I
here,
struck
bro.
a nerve, didn't I?
Yeah.
Struck a nerve, didn't I? Yeah.
Yeah,
Usually
yeah.
you
when
don't wanna
talk
talk about
other
people's kids. Be
parenting
careful.
skills,
Hold
that
up.
touches the nerve, bro. That touches the nerve.
Everybody's got a butt.
You were in front of me, my head would touch
I'm
your
gonna mute
nose.
everybody in a
Fuck
second.
Sure.
Stop. All right. Let's pull it back. Actually, there's not a whole lot of time left. Let's go to closing. I'll start with Alex. Do you want to start with your closing argument?
Yeah, I always get to go first.
Sorry.
I mean, look, I think that we discussed a lot of issues. I think on a lot of shit, we largely agree with the exception of Eli. When it comes to the OnlyFans thing, I think, again, this is one of the very, very few issues on which I would say I have more of like a blue pill, whatever type of take on. Or maybe not, I don't know. But basically on this one, like, I don't see the point of putting the blame, so as to speak, on women. I think the responsibility is on men. And if they stop engaging in all these parasocial shit, they stop paying money for these girls' OnlyFans, then what's going to happen? Girls will just stop doing OnlyFans because there's going to be no supply. So I don't know. I mean, I think that obviously it's realistic to tell a girl that, like, hey, listen, like, just a heads up, you know, if you get on OnlyFans, you do porn, there's going to be less guys who are going to take you seriously. I mean, I think that's fine. I think there's nothing wrong with keeping it real. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, you have to fix the epidemic of lonely men who just can't talk to girls, who feel super socially awkward, who have no friends. In terms of how to fix that, I don't have any magic answers. I think that, again, they have to want to change themselves. That's really what it comes down to. And a lot of them don't want to change. So in terms of like how do you force someone to change from like a macro perspective, I really don't know. But I think that's the problem that needs to be addressed.
Easy.
Yeah, like I said, I basically for this one, it's the parasocial part is like a heavy add-on, but the like main issue I think is it comes down to the promotion and encouragement of the fucking OnlyFans type of shit. So yeah, I think that's the biggest problem. And I think it does affect a lot of people's relationships, and it does push towards the incel and the red pill community, mostly because it's like men that are searching for ways to be better men and actually get women instead of having to pay for them. So I think that's the best solution to it is teaching men how to interact with women.
It was said earlier that this should not be allowed, that this type of content should not be allowed. And even though I think it's extremely detrimental to society, I'm such an avid supporter of our Constitution and the First Amendment. And the first thing that came to my mind was whether or not that would be violative of the First Amendment. That being said, obscenity is not protected by the First Amendment. So if they could, but when they were talking about like girls sitting basically topless but coloring on themselves and yada yada, that's probably protected by the First Amendment. So I think we just need to be really cautious about what we want to do to have government come in and start regulating our speech while simultaneously having societal push away from these things that are negatively enhancing our society, promoting religious spaces, speaking about the dangers of porn that have been brought up in this conversation and such.
Okay. Eli?
Oh, okay. So I don't really care much about OnlyFans. If people want to do it, they can do it. If guys want to partake in it, they can partake in it and whatnot. I think if we actually wanted to, if we felt like OnlyFans was a problem, then we need to not look at like, OnlyFans and tell people to stop paying for OnlyFans or tell people to stop getting on OnlyFans. I think instead we need to more look at societal factors that are pushing people more towards, selling their bodies online, both men and women. Anybody, as well as people, feeling that they need to get into that parasocial relationship of, of buying that content. I do agree, though, that some of these men have to want to change. I am a big advocate for that. The men need to want to change in order to see change in their lives, and a lot of people don't want to do that. But yeah.
All right, Ginger.
So the unfortunate part is the majority of women who joined OnlyFans joined it before the pandemic hit. The people who joined during the pandemic and before the pandemic are women who did sex work before OnlyFans was a thing. Most of them still do sex work, but they do OnlyFans on the side for help. Gets them off the streets during warm or colder nights and nights that are slow or more dangerous. So getting rid of that aspect would put more women back on the streets. It's not necessarily safer to get rid of it. That's all I have to say on it.
Okay. And Tiberius?
Sorry about that.
You're good.
1 moment, please. Yeah, so I didn't talk a lot on this one. The problem is, I just had to fight into it. But the long and the short here is this. I firmly believe that we do have a lot of both men and women who are very unhappy. I think we need to actually have some serious conversations about not only for the younger folks out there who really need some help, good God, but even folks that are even into my age, where there's a lot of people that are still lonely, both men and women who can't get dates, but also can't really socially structure themselves in ways that they really feel that they would like to. I think we do need to build a lot more communities. One of the things that I kind of bag on my generation for is that, the older folks, they've got the Knights of Columbus, the League of Women Voters, all these things that they've been doing for 40 fucking years. A lot of us don't have shit. And don't get me wrong, I get it, we're all busy, it's hard to pay bills, but, it's very clear that, doing this like parasocial engagement isn't really cutting out for a lot of folks. We need to have some stuff that's a little bit more on the ground, in your face, where you can actually like reach out and give a brother a hug. I really think that we need to do a little bit more of that, whether it's just, getting together, every Sunday to play a little football in the park or, have a barbecue. I think that just little shit like that would pay dividends. But I don't know, we got to kind of hit that nail on the head a little bit. So, yeah, thanks.
Perfect. And I'll go ahead and start the shout-outs and just go in the reverse order that we just went in, because I know Tiberius had something you got to do after this.
Yeah, I gotta bounce. I gotta get back into the wage cage tomorrow morning, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. So, guys, appreciate you having here. No, I didn't speak a whole lot, but gotta get used to that new crew. So, hope you guys have me back. And if you did like, yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, hope you guys have me back. And if you guys are interested in hearing anything that I had to say or liked what I already had to say, definitely check me out, Tiberius D, on all the social platforms, and feel free to throw me an invite if you'd like to pick my brain on something.
Nice to meet you.
And go ahead, Ginger.
Yeah, I am Ginger Emma on everything: YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, I think even Instagram. I do cosplay, panels, all sorts of shit. That's your kind of shit. Come follow me.
And over to Eli. I'm also linking you all in the chat as you go. You're muted.
Yeah, hi, I'm Eli, and I am a social worker by day, and it takes a lot of me, so I don't stream as much. I'm usually more active on TikTok, because that's just what fits my schedule and whatnot. I usually, when I do stream, I do panels, and I talk about, things from a leftist lens. And I'm also an activist, and among a bunch of other things as well. You can find me, not Eli Monty, on pretty much anything.
All right. Lauren, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Lauren. I go by Lauren De Laguna on YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. Thank you for having me here. And I had a good time. I always have a good time. And I think it's important, though, when we stay focused on the topic at hand and not go for ad hominems. And I think we need to try harder as a whole to do that. But nice meeting some of you that I have not met before, and I hope to be speaking with you guys more in the future.
Where can they find you? Sorry.
Yeah, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. No, it's okay. I'll replug. I'll go slower. It's Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. Lauren De Laguna.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Yo, Eli, post your page link in the back so I can post it in the chat.
I got one for you.
My Twitch page.
Here's his Twitch.
Whatever you usually do, like, where do you stream normally?
Twitch, usually.
Okay, yeah. Post your Twitch link in the back.
I posted in there for you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Go ahead, Speakeasy. Shout yourself out. I know you'll still be here, but
Escape with Speakeasy on YouTube. I am Speakeasy on everything else. I do a little bit of everything. I get crazy sometimes, as you guys see. But yeah, everyone's always welcome, even when we fight. I like to have everyone back. Sometimes it's fun in the debate. Sometimes it gets crazy. But either way, thank you all for being here.
You're finally going live.
Go ahead, Alex.
Oh, you're finally live?
Yeah, cool. My channel's called Playing with Fire. If you want practical dating advice that works or crazy, insane debates, we got you. Lauren has been on the channel before, so if you're a fan of her, you can watch her in a pretty heated debate, I would say. And I'm looking forward to maybe getting. Oh, he just dropped out. Oh. Wow. Okay. Yeah.
He doesn't want to hear what you have to say, Alex.
What a little bitch. But I was actually going to ask him a question about what exactly he thinks the point I'm trying to prove. But anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to, I guess maybe in the future, having you guys on for a debate panel or something like that, except for the little social worker who apparently can't handle my closing statement.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for coming out. I appreciate you all. We'll be doing these every Wednesday. As long as you're still interested, I will reach out to you guys for more topics in the future.
Sounds good. Thank you
Can
for
we
having
do
me.
a debate?
Huh?
Can we do a debate on Can we do a debate on who's a bigger cuck, Will Smith or this guy, that Eli guy?
No, we can't. I think he did a good
Well, we're
job
gonna-
for as much as heat as he was
I
taking.
would say Will Smith wins.
I gotta
that
give him
one.
some credit though.
No, he doesn't. That's
Yeah.
the biggest joke of it all. Okay, bye, y'all.
Why
See
are
you, Lauren.
feminists always so fragile? Like they're so like they get so emotional, so angry, so heated. They're so fragile. Like they can't even like handle like I was like during the debate it gets heated, but I was trying to like legit give him props. Like, hey man, I respect that you're doing this. Yeah, well, you're like poopy pants.
He's like, get fucked. Move on.
It's like, dude, Jesus Christ! Like, I don't even know if I even really believe he's married. Like, what the fuck?
He is. I kind of feel bad for him. I had him on my panel last night, and 2 of the people that were supposed to be on his side dropped out, so he was like the only one on his side again. I was like, this poor dude.
Well, he should pick a better side.
He usually thrives pretty well in that type of scenario. I've seen him take on multiple people a lot of times on these panels, so I don't know. I like I said, I think he held his own for being kind of in a 4-on-1. He might have went a little ad hom quick, but
his strategy seems to be avoid answering 80% of the questions and like spurred out. But
Well, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. It was a fun time.
And you guys are welcome to.
You're connecting, Ginger. All right. See you guys later.
She ran from you. You're good.
Take care, man.
I
Thanks
appreciate
for coming.
you, bud. All right. Well.
Alrighty. That was fun.
Yeah, I had fun. Panels are great.
Yeah, shall we open it up now? See what anybody wants to come up?
Do you want to flip over to your main one, or do you want to stick on this one?
I'll stick on this for now, and then
Okay.
leave it an open panel for like an hour, and then I'll go into some content depending where the conversations go.
Yeah, I'll throw it up in my chat. I decided I'd stream it too. Might as well.
Yeah,
Sometimes you have
everybody.
all the fun.
The Lauren and Alex there, they're pretty known on some bigger places, and Alex got like 100 fucking some thousand subs. So yeah, so like those are and they make some good content. So make sure you guys go sub up to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'm just touching up a few things here.
You good?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to jump in to back up, but I felt like I'd be overstepping some of the points.
Oh, you could have.
I felt like he was like stuck a little bit on his own in that, and even though like I might not agree with everything, I at least can play devil's advocate and jump on that side. So I was thinking about doing that. Device is not connected. That wanted hero.
Is that actually him?
Should be. He's in my chat, so it's probably him.
Hey, just throw this up until you bring him up.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, guys?
Oh,
What's
yeah,
up, guys?
How you doing,
What
bud?
Of course. So, yeah, man, this panel has been unreal. But the attacks on Eli, I do got to give him credit there. He did stand up for the Eli's. I agree with the father thing when he was attacking you on the father deal.
Go ahead and pull up wherever you want.
Yeah, it wasn't cool. Being a father myself. And I was commenting a lot over on the side, hoping Dave would kind of get into more questions as far as the relationship.
I was just moderating, so I was trying to stay out as much as possible. That was the
you
goal.
did a pretty good job, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, you done a great job, man.
Let's try to appear confident, even though I wasn't at all.
You did a good job, man. I couldn't tell.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
I have a question. Did you guys say that cam girls were also part along as the OnlyFans as well?
Well,
like in the
as far
same
as like
category?
the parasocial type of thing, yeah, I would consider it similar.
Right. I mean, the cam soda, things like that. Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
going to fall right into that same category.
Because
'cause
it's a different
cam
level when
girls
you're
have been
interacting
around.
with it than when it's just something you're watching that's already pre-programmed. It's the same difference as why people want to come to live streamers, because you're actually interacting with the stream while it's going on. So you feel like you can affect the content that's happening. It's not just at the whim of what's happening already.
Yeah, you're not more passive. You're more interactive with it
A
instead
little
of
more
being
free
passive.
will.
Right. Okay, because cam girls have been a thing for a minute before OnlyFans, so I was wondering if that went along the same lines.
Well, I noticed one of the things when we was watching the panel, and this got mentioned over in the comment section, and it was something that I was hoping was going to be brought up in the panel, was the body counts. You know, men predominantly want a female with a lower body count versus women. We was kind of trying to get that perspective. We was kind of hoping on.
I get you. I usually stay away from that because it's been just gone over so much. It's a kind of almost a dead topic at this point. Like everybody's already made up their decision on what they feel is an acceptable body count type of thing, or whether it matters to them. And
wait, what's an acceptable body count for each person on this panel? Let's say girl age 25. Easy.
Okay, when you ask it
It's
just
just a
like
personal
that,
question, though. No, this is a personal question. Like what?
yeah, like when you ask it just vague like that, it's like you know promiscuous women by certain actions that are made.
Right.
I just say, when I was 25, it was really strange. It would be really strange to have a girl. I'm 46, so when I was 25, to hear a girl say over 5, I mean, I met, tons of girls, and I definitely asked.
I'll give you
Yeah,
mine
well,
real
we
quick.
grew up a little different. You know what I'm saying? So
For
yeah.
sure.
Mine would be 7. Is
Yeah,
generally like an acceptable. Now, granted, there are
That's
exceptions
reasonable, I
either
think.
way, but
Yeah, but
That's
I
reasonable.
mean,
Yeah.
at 25-year-old, I'm looking anywhere from probably about 2 to 6, maybe. You
Yeah.
know.
I go with
think
here.
maybe
I
girl
actually
would
have
be
a
with-
mathematical formula for this. It's their age minus 18.
So 2
Professor
years.
Dave,
So
here we go.
1 a year. 1 a year.
Yeah. Well, 2 a year.
he has Bill Nod this shit. All right.
Yeah, I've come up with
this guy made
a
a mathematical equation. I like that one.
Yeah, it's not a very in-depth mathematical equation.
Bro, because like chicks usually most of the time, if it's just like chicks that are, they're usually gonna date the dude that they're gonna sleep with. So if you're saying 1 a year, right? So that means in the last 7 years, this bitch has dated 7 different dudes. No fucking thanks. No fucking thanks. That's a fucking whole lot of problems I'm not trying to deal with.
You know,
Not
going on
modern women. They
Yeah,
don't
but
date
most
back
women
in
are
the day.
dating way before 18. So like,
going on that. You know,
I know, but once
the,
they're an adult, they should realize start smarting up. No,
with the
Yeah.
rise of the
Can you
dating
turn up
apps.
wanted
we all gotta
heroes
do that when we
audio?
become an adult.
Say that again.
Can you turn up wanted heroes audio? It's so low that Easy didn't hear him just now. That's why he did that, because he doesn't usually.
It's set to auto adjust all the different levels, so it should.
Yeah.
Is it better
Yeah.
now?
Sometimes you just turn them up a bit because
Oh shit! Wrong button.
I just know that
Muting you definitely isn't helping that.
Talking, and Easy doesn't do that to people.
There you go.
If he
Easy
hears him
turned you up.
talking.
All right, hold up. Let me see. Make sure.
Oh, there you
I'm
go.
up.
That's better.
Is that better?
Still a little low,
Yeah,
but it's better
definitely.
for sure.
All right, hold up. There we go.
yeah.
All right, so going on that, you know, with the rise of dating apps, things like that as well. And I find it so funny whenever I'm looking at a girl's profile and she's like, I'm not into having one night stands, but I've got 5 kids and I'm only 21-year-old. Well, obviously she's been laying down with somebody.
Facts.
yeah, it's
I have 3 kids and I'm a virgin.
like I said, it's like
Jesus.
and there's like I said, there's habits that come with promiscuous women that, in my opinion, people don't like this one, but they're detrimental to her own relationships and her potential future family's relationship.
No, I think we're all agreeing.
I theorize that's what we're looking for too when we want like low body counts in other women. It's those qualities that we are looking for, not so much the number or the physicality of it itself.
Yes, it's
Gen
the
Z.
fact that like promiscuous women come with the habits where, like, if there was a way for a chick to like be super promiscuous, but you were never able to tell who she slept with and how many people she slept with, well, are you gonna actually care about the body count? Because
I've always thought about that too. Like, what makes it so much of an issue amongst us? And I ask myself, and usually it's like the respect thing. Like, like men just typically tend to respect you more if your girl isn't the town bicycle, as opposed to when they slept with your girl and you don't know, everyone's kind of like snickering at you, and you feel like you feel all that, and no one likes to feel that. So that's why I think that no one likes to be with that girl.
Isn't it just a biological thing where you just want to know? You want to know. Well, hold on.
Territorial.
Yeah, you also want to know that your kid is yours, right? Like you don't want to.
Well, yeah.
Have some,
How about this?
I'm gonna drive myself in the back. I'll be right back.
Gen Z, age 25, men or women? Who do you think on average has a higher body count?
Man, no,
women usually.
At this point,
do you think this is because women have access and it's become more acceptable for them to partake in that access?
Right.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah.
So that brings me back to easy.
Not only more accessible, it's not only more accessible, it's encouraged, bro.
Well, yeah, the thing you said about shaming, I personally agree with you because I think the shame is one of the reasons that it's only this generation that's gone that way, where women at 25 have a higher body count.
And then Lauren had mentioned something to Easy in the middle of the panel about the California law stating that one that is exposing private parts, but it doesn't declare what private parts are. However, the Penal Code, Section 314, does state private parts in any public place, and it does list breast underneath private parts for women. So, yeah, she was kind of mistaken about that.
She was. Her mathematics degree didn't do her very much as far as that went. And, even though I didn't agree with what is his name? Eli. I didn't agree with him. I don't really like woke feminist men, especially. But her trying to say that she likes or that her mathematics degree is what makes her word more valuable than his. I don't think that had anything to do with it. And if you ask a lot of university graduates what the capital of the United States is, they don't know.
I have a question. I think it'd be a real good question. Should, because we have the free the nipple movement, should women's breasts be viewed as private parts?
Yes, they should, and it should be because for so long and in so many societies, it's been that way. So we just keep opening up these doors. Do I think it's more sexual than men's nipples? Probably.
You think that's because
so is your question more Juan, hold on, is your question more is should we sexualize women's breasts more? Is that kind of your question?
No, he's asking if you should,
I think it happens regardless.
Yeah,
I'm actually thinking like maybe it does fall on the line of should we sexualize, but I'm thinking more of like should we consider it as private because part of me wants to say that they are private.
Real quick, Juan.
I want to answer this. I was just messaging someone, but you go ahead, keep finishing. But I want to answer this when you're done.
But I think that the reason they are often sexualized is because women develop breasts in the front to attract the mate, right? So I think that's why they're seen as more sexual than men's chests. That's just my thought.
It's not that actually. So it's from what research shows, scientists believe that it's because of the neurochemical bonding that happens when you sexually stimulate a woman with her breast and her nipples. So it's
I
have a theory that's all about fat deposits. More fat equals more breast milk.
What's that?
I have a theory that it's more so with the fat deposits because bigger breasts indicate more fat deposit. More fat deposit means more capable of producing breast milk. More breast milk, your kid gets fat as opposed to a woman who can't produce as much breast milk.
But what we're kind of getting at on that, Growling, is that's understandable on the scientific. But the question is should we sexualize breast?
They've already
Well, the
been.
question
Yes.
is, should it be
I don't
seen
think
as
we
private?
have the ability to like do that, to like change that within us.
I want
Yeah,
to
I think that's
explain
what
why.
the
Give me one sec.
growling,
Men and women develop tissue in their chest in different ways. One develops as breasts, which can then produce milk, and only women can do it, versus only men can do it. So yes, since it is a difference between boys and girls, it will make people question things. So it's better to keep those parts of our bodies covered if they're
one's a
unique to
mammary
one
gland
versus the
and
other. Yeah.
the other is a muscle.
Well, I was asking if they should be considered as private because, the movement is that it should be seen the same because men get to show their chests. You know what I mean? Men get to walk around bare chested.
And I agree with you, but there's an argument going on as far as like breastfeeding. Should women be allowed to breastfeed in public? I mean, that's a hot topic that goes on all the time.
Yeah.
And my wife personally, when she was breastfeeding my son, I was in the situation. I was completely fine with her breastfeeding because she was feeding my son. And multiple times,
I agree with that.
being in a public place multiple times, I seen guys look over at my wife sitting there staring at her chest. And the only thing that I could always say is use a little bit of modesty. You know, they make covers for it, they make private rooms for it, different things like that. But I mean, at the same time, if it's 100 degrees in a room, you don't want to cover a baby up with a sheath, and
Yeah, exactly.
So I kind of understand women's point on that, and I agree. Personally, I think that a lot of businesses should establish more of a private room for that purpose.
Is it illegal in some places already, or what?
It's legal, actually. They can't legally stop you from feeding.
Everywhere, right?
I don't know about everywhere, but it should be legal. But
Has there been any problems you guys know of cops like writing women tickets for it?
Not that I've heard of in my 29 years of living.
Yeah, I haven't really either. But it does potentially open up the door to have, if the father isn't responsible, a fist fight around their baby, because there will be.
And yeah, that's the issue. That's what upset me too about it. Like that was like, I'm like, oh man, I feel like the caveman coming out of me, that's having dudes like stare too much,
Yeah, so I think if there is places that forbid it, that might be what they're trying to avoid. But there shouldn't be places that forbid it anywhere where they don't have a choice, like airplanes. You're going to be on an airplane for freaking 8 hours. Like, what are you supposed to do?
True, but that's the reason why this is such a big topic, though, is because it goes back to, are we really sexualizing breast?
Yeah, it's because yes, we are sexualizing breast. Okay, so I already mentioned the neurochemical part of it. There's also the fact that, like, do you notice how women with breast implants and most of the time they're the same shape? Like, you could tell when a woman has breast implants because of the shape and everything.
Yes,
I'm following.
It's because this shape has been indicated to be like
The most attractive?
So women that have this shape to their boobs naturally is for many different reasons is better
Fertility?
for reproductive. Yes. So that's why there's that shape to breast implants that all look almost the same.
Yeah, it's Fibonacci ratio. That's one of the things they do with the design of Italian supercars.
Well, yeah, because we're attracted to symmetry, right? Like symmetry is a big part of attraction, right?
Yes,
better symmetry are considered beautiful to everyone.
Well, they'll do the same thing with non-symmetric logos. They'll apply the Fibonacci ratio to it, so subconsciously you'll have an attraction without necessarily being aware of it. If you're able to, you'll see a lot of people will take the initials of their company and do, like Easy said, symmetry. They'll make them into a logo with each letter that's symmetric.
yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, by the way, Easy, I wanted to ask you. So, I thought you were talking about advertising. I don't think I've seen anywhere where porn's advertised. But what do you mean by encouragement in society?
Well, if you look at Twitch, they are cross-promoting Fansly.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cross-promoting Fansly, all those chicks that have their Twitch hot tub shit usually have an OnlyFans. Like you're already paying them to do weird shit. Oh, pay me.
Yeah, when a girl says that she wants to do it,
You
she
know, like
gets a lot of support.
it's encouraged.
Yeah, the feminists, mostly by feminists, they if a woman says she's doing OnlyFans, they get very applauded. I mean, and that's as soon as she turns 18.
Personally,
too.
I don't have an issue with somebody wanting to do OnlyFans as long as they have all the information
Where do
going
we see
into
this
it.
happening at?
Huh?
See which?
Where do we see this happening at? Where
What?
women turn 18 and then they're fostered into OnlyFans.
They say with
Well, the question's about if it's promoted.
they applauded if they want it, if they do it.
Like the yes queening and stuff or whatever. Like
Yeah.
you did it. You owned your womanhood or whatever. I get that.
Yeah.
But at the same
Yeah.
time, I don't think anybody tries to push women into it.
Yeah, I don't think it's pushed. It's pushed, but
Easy's
like
made
if they
that-
decide.
No,
made that
it's
point
just
about-
the natural human instinct to take the easier route. It's just a natural human instinct. So when we encourage this and give it such an easy route, it encourages more women to do it.
You mean like
You
a
think-
six-figure job for really just basically dressing pretty and showing being nude?
Yes,
You
humans choose
think that
the path of
encouragement
least
comes
resistance.
from though, like actual people saying it, or where I'm saying that they get encouraged just because they'll see a woman getting applauded, like yes, queen, you know you own your sexuality, whatever, and then like more women are like, oh well, she's making money off of this and she's not getting shamed for it, so let me do. I might have a shot at this.
Dave,
Talking
Juan's
about peer
mic is
pressure?
pretty loud compared to everyone else.
Yeah.
I'd say maybe
He might have a better mic than us.
8%.
No, it's just the inside of his mouth.
Wow. Okay.
You know, people have different microphones, so they're going to be more sensitive.
Yeah.
But I would say you're also talking about encouragement. Like, do you mean are rap videos and the way movies kind of objectify women? Is that encouragement to porn, do you think?
In a way, yeah.
Encouragement to
It's
It's
a
a
step towards it, I think.
Well, it is.
Yeah, it's an encouragement to the of women objectifying their body. Yes.
Yeah. So it really is a societal thing that needs to be addressed to affect some kind of different changes.
Yeah, but think about this for a second. The songs that have that type of music video aren't made for kids, right?
Well, that's one of the changes that need to be made. We have kids accessing this stuff,
Right.
and bad
That's
parenting
the
is.
thing. That's the thing. Like so many different places they access this stuff: Instagram, Snapchat, Twitch, YouTube.
And there's no
fucking
law that
Fansly,
pushes parents to
all those cam websites. Like,
So, not to cut anyone off, but is it bad parenting, or is it that adults are pushing these sexual narratives onto children?
Children copy adults. That's what the thing is. So whatever's popular with the people, with the adults, children are gonna by virtue copy that, because how else do children learn? By imitation.
yeah, but there's also the influence of them going onto the internet on certain things, or
Exactly.
there's the influence of their friends when they're with their friends and they go sleep over at their friends, and their parents aren't as strict with their phone rules, so they get onto there's a lot of different factors that happen. Like just say bad parenting.
Yeah.
Like that's ridiculous. We all know we were influenced by our friends when we were younger by shit.
Because I'm going to say my parents
Or
were
who you
great,
hang out with.
but I was still able to find ways to get around their restrictions, regardless of how strict they were. If a kid's going to want it, they're going to find a way to get to it. So it's more like preparing them to understand what it is. It's not so much the bad parenting, because, like I said, if a kid wants to find porn, they're going to find porn. But teaching them that it's wrong is the important part. It's not so much trying to keep them from it or like isolate them from it. Isolation's not the answer. It's having good communication, having the ability for them to
but-
communicate with you
Tell
what
that to
their
Sharia
needs
law.
and things are.
No, there should be no. There
I don't
should
agree with
be
Sharia law at all. So
No.
I don't
Neither
have to
do
call
I,
anybody.
but they got results.
no. There should be more. Like you should have to show some type of like ID to get into a porn site of any kind. Like you
Grand
should
Theft
like
Auto 6.
you shouldn't be able to just push a button that says I'm over 18 and you get into this shit. Like there could be a way more strict system of getting into these sites, but
they would have to regulate like hell on the porn industry, because that means every single one of them would have
Some
to.
states already have it though.
it would force them to do it. It would force them to do it.
No.
They already have paying systems.
I'm saying
that
in
you
order
have
to create the trust with the people who are wanting to acquire the porn, in order to give, because if I'm giving somebody my ID, my identification, I'm not doing that all willy nilly
go
over
buy
the
a
internet.
porn magazine, bro.
Well, I'm
Then go
not
buy
doing
a
that
to
either.
protect kids.
I don't need
So-
that, but that's different. I'm not
Just
speaking.
really
at the same
quickly,
time.
they used to do that with porn sites where you would have to age verify before you enter, and that used to trip kids up back in the day,
You still do,
right?
don't you?
No.
Yeah, you push a button.
No.
Yeah, now it's just
No.
yes, I am over
Disagree with
18.
terms, right?
So Louisiana just reinstituted that same thing where and it was big. I think, I don't know if it was 2021 or 2022.
I mean, there used to be Cyber Nanny. Cyber Nanny used to go through and block like generalized searches, because you can type in certain keywords and it's going to pull up porn.
I mean, no man-made system is perfect, right? I mean, I think we can all agree to that. But what I'm saying is that some of these issues, specifically with adult sites, at one point used to have an age barrier, used to have an age restriction. Through legislation, somehow all of that got rolled back, or they just became really lax with it. So for most states, and I don't know if there's any other states outside of Louisiana that have the age restrictions where you have to age verify in order to get into these sites.
Ask
So
yourself. No, go ahead.
no, go ahead. It's fine.
I was just gonna say, ask yourself why wasn't it Louisiana where Pornhub got really pissed off, and they lobby against this kind of age verification? Why would they do that if their goal isn't for teenagers to have access to their product?
Well, in the Bible Belt, that's where most adult content is consumed.
Yeah. that's
So,
funny.
so a simple way to fix this, and it would be holding, your leaders responsible. I think a lot of these porn sites should have to have a certain amount taken out of their profits and applied to something like Cyber Nanny that goes in and assists in blocking children from not being able to get to these sites. It's not going to help fully. It's not going to stop it, but it might help to some extent. The education would be there.
They certainly make enough money
All
to.
these sites already have like systems that like you have to pay to get extra videos and this and that. All they have to do is just add the verification to you can't even get in the site without it. Simple.
Yeah. And well, that whole thing
Simple,
Grand Theft
man.
Auto 6 is doing, where they actually do a retina scan and use your biometric identification. That's
What?
going to.
I don't know if that's real.
I think
don't know if
I think it
that's
would be
real.
fine if you had to. Well, no, there is something that's real. It uses
Yeah,
your camera.
No, it's
to
been becoming real
age
for a lot
verify.
of industry.
It's something
They
that
intend to do.
that is going to be more feasible to get an age verification tied into porn sites in the future. That could be very reliable, but the technology is not quite there yet. They're going to have to test it, but like he said, it actually is something that is coming out with the new Grand Theft Auto, where they have a camera for age verification. Now, granted, it's still an estimated age verification, and there are people who will fall out of the bounds because their skin shows no signs of aging or something like that, or they have some kind of disease that makes them not age at the same rate.
Can't we take a picture with us with the ID? We can't upload that. Why is that not a thing?
I think credit card verification is fine if it's just like a 2-cent charge and then they refund it. I think that's a huge part
No, I
because
mean, like
you
a
need to
picture of
be
your
18
ID.
in order to get a credit card anyway. At least that's something standing in the way. That's what it used to be, right?
I think it's still
Jelly?
is. I think it's still the same.
I'm sorry, I was
for-
about to
oh,
sneeze.
you're
I
okay.
didn't hear you.
Sorry, for the Louisiana thing that you were talking about, they used to do like a credit card verification, right? Where they would
they used to-
do a 2-cent
you-
charge and then you
Yeah, it
refund
used
it
to be
back or
like back
whatever?
in the day with eBay. You know, when you verified your account, they would charge a few cents and then ask you to verify those deposits
Amounts.
and credits and stuff.
Yeah.
And then they would also just do the regular old, verify by age before you enter.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's pretty simple. And then
eBay
with
still does
today's,
that, by the way.
Yeah, I think.
oh yeah, I'm not on
I
eBay
agree
now,
that should
so.
be like a prerequisite for porn sites. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, like listen, people are willing to trust sites like Wish and Temu and all this with your fucking credit card information. Please, you guys can give a passport or a driver's license or fucking something to get into a porn website if you want to jack off that bad. Or you can take your ass to the corner store and grab yourself a DVD and a fucking magazine, and there you go.
And
That's it.
Porn is kind of shady as it is,
are
though.
going to do that. People who want porn are definitely going to be willing to put up their ID and put a copy of it. Just like when
Simple.
Facebook gets wind that you might not be using your name, when people try to use alt names on Facebook and then they find out about it. I had Facebook request my photo ID in order to keep my account. Of course, I didn't give it to them, and I just had made another account, but because Toxic Angel is clearly not my name. But yeah, there's a lot of places that will want to ID verify with a picture of your ID, and if people have an addiction to porn or if they like porn to the point where they're willing to fucking pay for it. The thing that I find ironic, though, is anytime somebody tries to pass a law requiring that, these porn places get pissed. It's like, why do they get so hell-bent
Careful there.
against it? And it's clear they know that there's a good portion of Pornhub's clientele that are teenagers.
I'm sure.
I'd like to see.
I mean, I think a larger question might be, why would these states allow these sites to roll that sort of age verification or restrictions back?
Money.
Like, why
It
would
was
they?
a big thing.
Like, why
It's
are
very
they
complicated
okay
to
with
explain.
seeing these, these content sites, adult content sites? I mean, because I think now there's a thing with domain hosts where you have to specify if you're promoting, like they have their certain certifications that they have to report to the federal government if you're a site that hosts adult content. But the larger question is, if you have all these mechanisms before you can even get this website online, why are the states also not doing the same thing that these IP holders or domain hosts do?
It's all about money, honestly.
Yeah.
They're being paid. Lobbyists, get paid to get this stuff done. That's really the key to it. If I was a politician and some company guy from Pornhub walked up and offered me $100,000 to go in and get this law rolled back because he was going to make millions off of it, of course I'm going to lobby for it because that's what I'm getting paid to do. I mean,
Just imagine this.
I mean, but what is that saying about, like, do we really
agree.
care about the children, though?
Well, there's no morality in business ethics. They're in it to make money and maximize profit. I would venture to.
The only way we can stop that is there needs to be some sort of law that you wouldn't be. Okay, wait. Let me think about this. What is that?
It's involved with SCC regulations.
Welcome, Hornet.
Well, look right now. There's pornographic books being pushed toward children right now. I mean, you look at that one book where I can't remember exactly.
I know the book you're talking about. That they found in the school library or whatever.
Yeah, the only way
you how to go on Tinder or some shit.
The only way would be a way to stop stuff like that from happening. What you mentioned earlier, Toxic, is like that we would have to pass some type of law that politicians aren't allowed to fucking take money when they're going on their fucking runs and shit.
Yeah,
we already have a ton of those.
I came up here because it feels like you guys are removing the personal responsibility each person has to, like, your child, right? You can lock these sites on your own. You can go in and be like,
So
these sites will not pop up on your browser.
Okay, can you lock that site at your kid's friend's house?
If that's that's something that you're gonna have to deal with. But yeah,
But see, that's where
again,
it all
that's
boils
And
down
even
to.
then, even if I protect my child, it's still like every other child is still exposed to all that. Like I can't father everyone.
Yeah, that's the excuse that
But
these
are you
conglomerates
are you
often
gonna try?
use to
It
keep
seems like you're
themselves from
trying to
having
create
be
a world
regulated.
where they're not going to be exposed to this in any significant fashion, and that's just never going to happen.
Well, that's why I think it's more
even
important
when
to talk
even
with
when
them
we
about
had
it, though.
even when we had to,
It's not about that. It's about minimizing
no
it.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you want to
Kids are
minimize
Why
it,
sponges,
don't
man.
we just take the age
I'm
off
saying
of cigarettes? Take the age off of driving. Take the age off of alcohol. Let's just take the fucking age off everything. Because it's all going to happen anyways.
That's not what
no,
he's saying.
I'm saying that's not what I'm saying, dude. I'm saying
It is
you're
the same
removing
argumentation.
you're removing the personal, like
No,
the personal
That
stuff
does
that you
not
have to do,
remove
and you're
personal
just like, we're going.
responsibility. It just overshadows so that children on
It
their
seems like
own
you're
have
petitioning
no-
to lobby before we even take the first step of trying to fix the problem.
the
We're
first
like,
step is to make it hands down illegal in all 50
So what, we
states.
don't
no,
already-
it's not.
so
It's taking the
Hornet.
personal responsibility of being like, so if everyone starts blocking these sites on their like computers, that site gets no traffic, right? The advertisers no longer want to advertise on those sites. Those sites go down.
If they lose their business because children aren't going on there anymore, then that's the business that deserves to go down. I'm sorry to
But
tell
that's
you.
what I'm saying. Take the steps instead of being like, oh, the government should fix this for me. You take the steps to do that, right?
We
Not
already
the
have a
government
law.
should be doing this for me.
We already have a
You know, I
legal
think
system.
that there's
Okay, I want to
good
answer
point
that
in
when I have a
that
chance.
when we're talking about parental controls, right? Because like nearly every kid has a cell phone, a smartwatch, or something that can access the internet. I think having the conversation about parental controls is like, for the average parent, is like a no-brainer. But I do think that there does need to be a lot more advocacy when it comes to that, only because I speak to a lot of parents that just don't understand parental controls, how to set them up, especially if they're dealing with like iPhones opposed to Androids, because you can deal with an app and fix it. But I think both of those things, to Hornet's point, I think both of those things need to happen, in succession of each other. They need to coincide with each other at the same time. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, I always hear the argument that we don't want to have the government, asking the government to take control of something. And I am anti-government. I'm anarchist. I wish the government would burn down. However, we do have a legal system. We do have laws.
Stop saying that shit while you're on my stream, bro.
Oh, I forgot. Well, we do have laws.
Are you not allowed to say that? Oh, that's crazy.
We do have laws, and the fact that we do have laws for these kinds of things, I do agree that we should make laws holding, the porn companies responsible to, not necessarily responsible, but we should have a law that they have to require some verification of age. I don't think, and if it would be no loss to them whatsoever.
So you're willing to give up more of your privacy for this insurance?
I don't have a porn company. Just saying that, advertise to kids. I'm pretty sure no one else here does.
Listen. I'm not giving up any teeny speck of my gun rights when I go verify my ID and age to buy one. You have for things that are dangerous.
They're taking them anyway.
Okay.
Exactly.
Firstly, this is the internet. It's not like a one-to-one like comparison, right?
Yes, it is. They're both constitutional rights.
Absolutely is.
Let me explain why. I could steal your information in that transaction of you displaying that. I can now have your information and spread it across the internet like wildfire. I can get credit cards. I can ruin your whole entire life with that amount of information.
So that's the reason why. Hold on. Wait. That's the reason why we have class action lawsuits filed all the time, is because companies leak information. It happens all the time. Facebook literally got in trouble, what was it, a year ago, for leaking classified information of people's personal information. It happens.
Yeah, but what did you get out of it?
I think $3.84.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, is it really worth me having to get a whole new credit card, ID, maybe social security number because a company fucks up. Like, the less companies that have my information, the less places that can leak it.
Agree. But I mean, that's kind of what we're asking for.
Oh, your ISP sells it anyway, brother. It's crazy.
They don't sell my credit card number. They can't.
Look. Your
yes,
state
do.
ID
I have an
doesn't
agreement
have
with them.
your social security
no, they
number
don't.
on it.
Yeah.
Okay, can I finally explain?
Go ahead and give your answer.
Can I finally rebuttal to this?
Go.
Yep.
So you said, oh, you guys are sitting up here just lobbying, blah, 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 blah. Where did I say once while I was up here? Yeah, parents shouldn't have no responsibility for anything. Did you hear that once up here while I was up here?
I didn't say it. No, I'm saying that.
Please answer me.
No, that's what I'm saying. No.
Right. So when you say things like, oh, the responsibility is on individual people, do we not encourage and try to teach parents how to do internet safety with their kids? Is there not?
I don't think we do it enough. I honestly don't think we do it enough.
Okay,
Yeah, because they're shitty parents, brother. You're trying to say, like, make those parents suddenly care.
Wait.
And the thing is, like, with everyone who has a child, like, that child's going to grow up and be, like, a productive or an unproductive member of society. I would like a society that makes that child act better through any method than us just say, hey, every parent, y'all should be better, which I agree, but they're just not. And then we have a shitty kid that's, like, everyone else's problem.
I just want to jump in and tell you you're misunderstanding what he's saying, I think. He's not saying
Maybe I am.
Get parents to care more. What he's saying is try to find ways that we ourselves can prevent this rather than relying on the government to do it.
Make a change. Yeah.
Like, what can we do?
Isn't that the same argument?
What Easy was trying to respond to was being told that we were trying to remove responsibility from the parents. Go ahead, Easy.
Oh, fuck it. I just
what I was saying.
Then I'll respond. A lot of what we do need to do is give parents the tools, like let them know, because not everybody knows what to do to prevent their kids from visiting porn sites. So by informing people and maybe getting the word out more of what you can do in order to protect your kids and put limiters on websites, especially right now, because the kids know more than a lot of the parents about how to work the internet.
How do you get more? How do you get the word out more than Chris Hansen creating one of the most famous journalism pieces of journalism in the world, which is To Catch a Predator? I just don't know how you. I mean,
he's not telling
to say that we've got to get the word out more.
He's not teaching you how to set up parental controls, is he?
Oh, come on, yes.
No, he's not. He never once in one of his shows is like, here's what you need to put on your phone. You can download this program, and it will keep your kids from being able to talk to these perverts. That's what we need to find a way to do.
Is there a law on how you're supposed to store your guns?
Yes. Depending on
why should we do
where
that?
It is.
You can get.
It depends on why.
So here's the
Why
thing. There's
should
a
we do
law.
that? Do you think there should be laws on how to store your gun? Yes or no?
Yes.
I get it.
Improper storage.
Wait, no, I'm asking Hornet, please. Second, Toxic. I just want to ask if Hornet says yes or no for this. Everyone can answer. I just want to hear Hornet's answer.
Well, I think there should be laws in how a gun is stored.
Yes.
Yes.
Why? Shouldn't it be on your individual? Shouldn't we just teach people how to store it instead of making it a law?
Yes, no, but there are already laws in place for porn, right? There are already a lot of factors that apply to this. But now
you don't think there's any laws for guns?
You're advocating for even more laws.
Oh, there's laws for parents to put parental controls on their shit.
No, there are no laws for that.
Oh, why not?
So
that would be my argument. Why aren't the parents held accountable in this situation?
Okay,
I don't
let's
like your
go
question.
with that then. Say we do that law now. Does everybody store their gun how they're supposed to store it?
No.
Right. Even though it's a fucking law. So don't you think making the companies make you have to fucking put some type of identification for how old you are to get into the porn website? Don't you think this would help a lot of fucking kids from not getting in the porn site?
the thing is, with your gun example, it leans more towards what Hornet's saying, because you're saying just because there is a law for it, you still have to teach people how to protect their kids from getting access to the weapons. It's the same thing with porn.
Right. But if they say they just didn't sell you the gun, let's compare the laws to each other. Say they just didn't sell you the fucking gun. The kid could never get it because you're not storing it anywhere in your house. Well, let's say now with the same law is you can't get into a fucking porn website unless you have identification.
Wait, Easy.
Look,
Do you think
no
you can't
kids
get
are
a gun
getting
in a
into it.
location where
Wait.
guns are illegal?
So I want to bring this up.
Do you think, like in New York City, guns are illegal? Do you think I can't get a gun in New York City if I
You have to use illegal means as opposed to legal means.
No. There's always going to be a way around these situations. That's what I'm saying.
You can get CP there too.
Even with
black market.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even if the law is put there, there's always going to be a workaround for it.
So have no law at all?
Let's just have a lawless
No.
country then.
I'm not saying have no laws. I'm not. I'm
You
just
have to work the
I'm
two
just.
things together, though.
Laws don't stop anybody from doing anything. They are a deterrent. They are a deterrent.
Yes. The
So I'm
gun
asking
store-
for more of a deterrent for kids going on porn websites. Why are you fucking arguing against that? That makes no
Because
fucking
you're
sense to me.
arguing for people to give more information away than they have to. That's why I'm arguing
Oh my
against
god,
it.
you're not gonna die without going on a porn website.
Yeah.
We're doing
I
this to
don't
protect
give a fuck
kids.
if you have to give more information to go on a porn website. Cry about it. You have to give more information to go on plenty of websites.
Yeah,
What are you
there's a
talking
lot of
about?
You
damage
get paid
done
from
to
YouTube.
society.
They got all my information. YouTube's got all my information because they're gonna pay me.
Because you're
What do
you're
you mean?
monetized there, right? They're paying you. That's very different.
And you
If
know what?
I'm
By
not
the
paying for
way,
a subscription service or anything, they should not have any of my information other than
hold
like
on.
the
The
information
improper
that you
storage
agree.
law is a very good deterrent.
I
and it
think
actually
kids not
works.
accessing porn is, for me, over trumps. You're wanting and not giving your
I'm not.
information to go on a porn
I'm not
site.
saying kids should have access to porn. I came in saying you should set up parental controls to make sure your
No,
kid
you
doesn't
said
have
I
access
was
to porn.
removing responsibility from the parents. One doesn't equal the other.
He also didn't say that, though. He never said
Yeah,
that.
he
I
did.
never said that.
No.
I never said that.
You can
Okay.
play it back and you
asked
can find
why
out
we're
he
trying
never
to
said that.
remove-
I
He
guarantee
asked,
you.
why are we trying to remove personal responsibility from
Yes.
people?
He said, "Why aren't you
Watch,
talking
watch.
about?"
I'm gonna play it back. Let's play it back.
Go
Just
for
stop, everybody. Let's stop arguing about what it was. I'll just play what it was.
Why not both?
That's what I'm saying. Both is what's necessary. But
No, you're going against the.
no, I'm
No.
not saying. This is super
Listen,
frustrating.
the proper storage law is very effective. Well, look right now. There's pornographic books being pushed toward children right now. I mean, you know, you look at that one book.
That's a different legal battle. That's what sucks about it.
I know the book you're talking about.
Me
Yeah.
too.
Out in the school
What kind of
library.
meta shit is going on
Yeah,
over here?
Yeah, the only
You how to go on Tinder or some shit.
The only way would be a way to stop stuff like that from happening. What you mentioned earlier, Toxic, is like that we would have to pass some type of law that politicians aren't allowed to fucking take money when they're going on their fucking runs and shit.
Yeah,
why
that's
We already have a
the-
ton of those.
I came up here because it feels like you guys are removing the personal responsibility each person has. So like,
To be fair, nobody made that argument. You're fighting a straw man.
So what'd you say?
Okay,
I
my
said
bad.
that
I
like 3
misunderstood what
fucking
he said.
times.
I
You're
didn't think he said
removing
removing. I
personal
thought he said.
Personal
Responsibility.
responsibility, yeah. It feels like you guys are removing personal responsibility when you lobby for these government
But
things.
that's not true. One does not equal the other. Because I want laws that fucking help more kids not get into a porn site by enforcing you having to identify your age does not equal me removing responsibility from fucking individuals. That's crazy.
It's the same principle as even like hunter safety education course for like deer hunting or any kind of hunting. They've actually removed that program. When I was young, we actually had to go through a class in order to get our hunter safety education card. We had
Hold
to
on,
show
what
that
do you mean they
card.
removed it?
You no longer are required to have the hunter's education card in order
Well,
to get your license.
You are in
How much was
Hawaii
it?
to get a gun. You have to go through an 8-hour, a 16-hour to get your permit to acquire. You have to have your hunting license in the state of Hawaii, and there's many states that fall on that. And one thing that I found,
can hunt in Hawaii?
I don't agree with laws. I don't agree with up gun rights, except for one thing. I learned so much when the retired prosecutor of Maui sat down for 8 hours teaching us case history with gun laws. I learned every single way not to get busted. I learned, and I also went over he went over all the cases of improper storage since that law came into effect. And there was very, very few. So as far as the state of Hawaii goes, there's actually not a lot of people. It's very rare for somebody to improperly store their gun, and it's because it's a felony.
But Toxic, before you cut me off, my point I was getting at is when I was 16, they required, in order for you to get your hunting license and permit, you had to show your hunter safety education card. And I've actually asked about this numerous times because you can go to your local Walmart here and pick up your hunter's license. And they no longer require to see that card. You can.
What state is that?
I'm actually in the state of Kentucky.
Interesting.
Do you know if it was because you were under 18 or it was just everybody had to apply?
Back then, I mean, regardless, you still had to have your hunter's card in order to get that. You had to show that you actually went through the safety course.
Well, let's say you want to go to Hawaii and go hunting deer, pig over there.
Different license.
You'll have to show it.
Right, but I mean, I would still have to probably show my hunter safety education card, maybe. But would they accept that? But what I was getting at is the rollback of government programs. That's where we was getting at. There's not programs out there to educate. I would sit through a class. I'm pretty knowledgeable when it comes to the computer of how to parental control Facebook, parental control this website. But if my mom, who is most people's grandma, grandpa's age, they're not going to know this stuff. And some of those people are raising kids. They don't know. They buy their kid a tablet, and they give them this tablet. They have the ability to go on there and go to whatever they want. The grandma, grandpa, they're not going to know what the kid's really looking at because they're not educated on that. So those programs aren't out there.
Well,
I just want to say too. I just want to say too, to just touch again on the individual responsibility part. When you say that, when you say I'm taking away from the individual responsibility, well, there's also situations where the father is not involved or the mother is not the one that has the primary care. So one parent has certain rules and doesn't give a fuck what happens on the internet, and the other parent that doesn't have the say wants to have some type of say. And maybe if the fucking internet did something to help me, I wouldn't have to be so fucking worried about what my kids are doing on the internet. So when you come on here and make it sound like I'm taking away responsibility of myself as a parent, just like the fucking Eli goofy fucking person, this is why I sound a little fucking irritated right now. This is why I sound like a fucking irritated.
You guys
everyone
sat here for 10 minutes talking about how the government should be involved, and I did not hear a single
That is really irritating.
for the single person.
I didn't even finish.
I did not
talking.
hear a
As soon as
single
you
word
start,
from you.
you
I did
start.
not hear a single word from you in those 10 minutes that you guys were talking about this, about personal responsibility of the person.
Why should
That
we?
wasn't the topic.
What are
against
you
it.
talking about?
That's
It's part of it. That's part of the
If we're not
equation.
arguing against it, then why should we bring it up?
Fuck.
You
man.
mean asking?
I tried bringing it up at the beginning, and I got shut down
it
as
doesn't
well. For the
matter
record.
about what parents do. It should be all on the responsibility of the internet. Yep. Fuck what parents do. That's
Well,
not what I was even fucking saying, man.
Easy was talking about something really specific. He was talking about actually requiring proof of age rather than just clicking a button
Not
and
just that.
saying
You guys were going in other directions as well, and that's why I came up to say what I said.
So are you against the proof of age? I'm confused. Voided Hornet.
I'm against having to put more regulations on stuff just because someone feels like they can't like control their lives, right?
Yeah, we should
Like
take away IDs
Well, but
at
hold
the
on a
bars
second.
too.
Hold
We
on a
should take
second.
away ID checking at the bars too.
Speak.
It should be the parents'
I was gonna
responsibility.
go.
to
I was
going to the
gonna
bar.
go to that.
Eh?
I was gonna
That's
go
where
to
it should
something
be.
like
We
that.
should take away age from the bars, the smoking, all of that. It should be all on the parents. All on the parents for fucking everything. That's what we should do, Hornet. I think you're
Hornet
right. You know
should
what?
be.
I'm
Yeah,
agreeing
like
with
you
you,
have to
Hornet.
show ID
Hold
to
on.
do a
We
lot
should
of
not
adult shit.
take away
Hold on,
IDs
right
at the
quick.
bars.
Yeah,
Hold on a
Take
second.
away
yeah.
IDs
The
and
bars
licenses.
online. That's
Yo,
what I
you
was.
guys always
That's
talk
what I
when I'm
said,
talking.
right?
I don't know
Well,
why
that's
I'm
the
always
Exactly
difference.
what
Hold
I
on,
said.
time out, time
They're
out, time out.
definitely
Stop,
gonna
stop,
steal
stop,
You guys
stop.
can let me finish.
Can I ask?
Just
on
one fucking time and be
fucking at the
nice.
bar.
Can I ask
For
Avoided
sure.
Be
something?
nice.
For fucking sure.
If
Straw
anyone.
man my fucking argument, man.
Hold on a
I did
second. Can
not
I
say
ask
that.
Avoided something,
Unironically,
please?
that's what you were doing.
Hold on, hold on.
What
So let me
the
ask Avoided something. So hold on, time out, time out. So if we gotta do a lot of show IDs to do all this shit, that's adult shit for drinking, go to bars, go to clubs, buy a gun, etc. So why wouldn't you have to
You
do the same
understand there's
thing?
a risk mitigation in those situations, right?
Yeah, no risk
What's
to kids going on
risk
porn though.
mitigation?
None.
The
None
risk
risk. No risk
mitigation
to
that
kids
it's a
going on
one-to-one
porn.
interaction, not something that's happening online that can be intercepted by someone else that could steal your data, steal your information, pull out credit cards, pull out whatever the fuck they want from your
They can do that on
information
anything that
and
you give
ruin
your
your fucking
information
life.
to. They can do that on anything.
If
So
we're
should
requiring the kids to
Amazon,
have the
They
ID.
should
they
Amazon
still
just
do it now. What are you
not
talking about?
take as
Even
much
without that shit,
information?
they still
And
get
you're
people's
advocating for
information.
making it even easier. That's what
How would
I'm.
it be easier?
How would it be easier? It doesn't
I
make
Hey,
intercept your ID,
Yeah, we're
social
requiring the
hey,
security
kids
number,
to have
anything
ID to get
else
onto the
like that.
website.
Do I have to give Facebook my social security number? Absolutely not.
hey,
Do
Hornet.
I have to,
No.
if I have
Because
to
you have your
verify
ID.
it with an ID, then
Hornet,
guess the fuck what? I
let me
can
ask you.
associate these things.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard
I
of
get what you're
Lexus?
saying, but it's just like I would look at it as we're going to a virtual sex club, basically. Like you're going to a place where sex happens, so you should have to show ID or some type of proof that you're an adult to get in there.
Hey, Hornet. Have you ever heard of a program called LexisNexis?
No.
Okay. LexisNexis, as a bill collector, I used to have the ability to go on this program, and I could simply just put in your name, which is something very easy to find. I can find it either court records or address book, whatever the case may be. I could put in your name, pull up every bit of your information without you even giving me one thing. So what is it really going to stop by having them to have to verify something?
Wait, you're saying that you could put in a name and get all the information from the person?
Yeah, I can get your relatives, I can get their phone numbers, their addresses, because when you as a bill collector, I got to call those people. If you're not paying your bill, they pay for this program, which gives me the ability to find your relatives, your phone numbers.
Does it give you
everything.
my ID? Does it give you my ID number, any DMV registration, any actual government registered stuff?
It can pull from everything.
What do you mean by
Hold on,
everything?
I
Hornet,
doubt
I got
that.
a specific question for
No,
you.
he's right.
You
Do
guys,
you-
You're sleeping on it, man.
Hold on. Hornet, do you think we should deregulate using ID for cigarettes, alcohol, guns, cars? Do you think we should
Literally
deregulate
answered this 3 times or more
no.
at this point.
Okay.
No,
You just
because that's a
don't think we should
one-to-one
add-
interaction,
We
right?
just don't think we should add laws to regulate for more new things that come out.
His fear is that we're gonna get our information stolen. That's what
putting
he's saying.
information on the
No,
internet
that's a
is
straw
not
man.
secure. No, it's not.
So
What do you mean?
could I just cut in
Dude.
really quickly
Just
if
as
it's okay?
real quick, just as access to the internet alone is your entire network could be hacked from just your IP
No, it
going out.
no,
Send
it
someone
can't.
an email.
Oh, I
without-
agree.
Send somebody an email without a VPN, and they can run an nmap on you and create shells. And once they get into your network, they own every device that connects to it. All they have to do is be knowledgeable. Go ahead, Gilly.
Yeah, just by virtue of being
Yeah,
intimate.
so I think that maybe we're kind of getting lost on this. And in Hornet, I completely get what you're saying, and I understand your sentiments. I think a lot of this kind of came around when I was talking about like legislation and what happened here. I think my big thing is that at one point these adult sites did used to have age barriers. There was there used to be a thing where you would have to qualify and entering your age, and if you didn't meet at least 18 or 21 or whatever it was, you couldn't get in. My argument is, why did they roll those things back? So I think for me, my argument was these were things that were already put in place years ago, and why is the government allowing these sites to be so lax now that those barriers aren't there for children? And I think that's where the conversation kind of got around to legislation, laws, and maybe
Lobbying.
Hornet, you felt like it was a conversation about adding more restrictions, but it was really about implementing something that was already there.
And yeah, even implementing that's also something that I wanted to talk about. It's okay, so you would essentially have to get the whole world to agree to this standard, which is never going to happen because because
it already happened.
I can access a VPN in Europe. I can access a VPN in Asia. If I want to really get on a site, I can go to that site and use whatever connection I need to access it.
You can't use
A
a fake
VPN is
ID
different than an
to
age restriction, though.
upload your identity.
That's site specific.
Now, sure, kids could use a stolen ID, but still, that's a straw man. Kids
because
aren't going to do that.
Well, that's why
right now, it's clearly a problem.
That's what I'm saying. If one government decides, hey, I'm going to regulate this, right, for 18, and then I'm just like, okay, so then I just have to click over here, be like VPN, select for Europe that doesn't have those laws in place, then I can access those sites again.
Try using a VPN.
Oh, because all the kids are going to know
Amazon.
how to do that. Yeah, all the 10 and 11 and 12-year-olds are definitely
real
gonna
quick,
know how
if
to
you
do
watch
that.
YouTube,
I got a
know
VPN,
VPNs are sponsored on
use
everybody's channel. Every channel's talking about them.
Literally,
They're like the most common
Yeah, so
sponsorship people
the
get.
10-year-old that's not going to show his ID to get the VPN, it's also going to not show their ID to get into the... What are you
can get a
talking
free
about?
Okay,
How
for
do you
the
get a
record,
VPN?
if they
You know
type
what?
in,
Actually,
if you
let
type
me
in
ask
free
you something,
VPN, you
Hornet.
can
How are
download
you
a
paying
VPN.
for that VPN company?
You know
huh?
you can
Doesn't
get free,
matter.
you know
can't
you
use
can get a free
on
VPN.
everything. They're easy to block.
You can
If
download
try
the
to
Opera
watch
browser.
Netflix, if you go watch Amazon right now, I have to turn my VPN off to do it.
Opera has
my
a
Amazon
built-in
works with my
VPN.
VPN on. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Opera has a built-in VPN. You don't have to pay for it, nothing. For searching websites, you can go on Opera, and it's immediately there. So all they'd have to do is download a browser, which also has people, they are sponsoring people on YouTube who sponsor and read ads
so now
for
you
Opera.
guys are taking away the responsibility from the parents now. Is that what it is?
No, I'm explaining the dangers. So that people who have kids can hear what the dangers are. That VPNs do
murder's
exist.
the law. You know how many ways to get around that?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I can literally murder someone right now if I wanted to. If I really wanted to. There's the law, the little piece of paper that says don't murder. That doesn't do nothing.
You know what a parental lock does? Do you know what a parental lock does? Even if you're using a VPN, you cannot access the site. It's not available.
If you want to deal in a product that is dangerous to kids, you should be regulated. It's as simple as that. That's what we have regulation for.
Fuck, man. It's so it's just so weird.
It is.
Right?
It's like,
why is it
how
weird
is
that we
there
want to
any
talk
fringe
about
on anyone's
both
freedom?
that and one and the other? Why can't I? Because
No,
like I
it's-
said, I want the
right.
credit card
I'm
verification.
done with talking about one and the other, as
I'm
long
not-
as you can admit the one that I was talking about doesn't take away from the other.
I agree that like the credit card thing is a great way to do it. Like requiring the person to have a credit card, they have to go in because they'll actually have to go in,
be the most
look at.
efficient.
I said an ID.
They have to look at the account itself to see what the amounts are. So they'd have to both provide a credit card and actually the amounts that are going in the credit card. So they have to have access to the reports for the credit card. And it doesn't require an actual ID as well. It just requires you to prove that you have a credit card and access to it. Because you have to be 18 to have a credit card.
A paid system seems to be the most efficient way of doing it.
And that way you can avoid the actual having to give them your ID and putting your identification out there. All they have is one credit card, which is easy to fix if it gets leaked.
Dave, you don't have to be 18 to have a Walmart debit card.
Hold on.
It won't,
So,
but
Hornet, you
websites
mentioned a pay
already
system.
can block debit cards and make it have to be a credit card that's tied to a bank account.
Oh,
That-
you mean
that's already in
to
place?
require them to make it a credit card?
Yes.
Well, then that's going to destroy a lot of their revenue because there's a lot of people that don't have credit, so they won't have credit card. A lot of adults.
Okay.
Or one that's tied to a bank account.
I think minors can have bank accounts.
Not without a parent's permission.
Yeah.
As a minor, you cannot open a credit card. You can not open an account or apply for a card on that account without your parents' permission.
I believe you can.
But what's wrong with
I don't think so.
What's wrong with implementing the age barrier that used to be there? That was something that
the question is how did they used to do it?
This question just come up.
It used to be. I never really watched it, but I remember it used to be you have to either input an age, like
yeah,
you
just
month,
input it
date,
in. It's the
year.
same thing Easy's talking about right now. You just simply created an account and claimed that your age was older, Gully.
Well, I mean, yeah, but for younger children, that was difficult, is what I'm saying. And that's why it was there. It was making it harder for them to get in. But they've rolled that restriction, that age barrier back. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to say that I think the entire argument is mundane, given the fact that they're already not enforcing any laws, being that this is going on in schools, and they're pushing it to K through 5th. That book that we're talking about, Dave, it has one boy giving another boy a BJ.
I know what you're talking about, but
it was Grinders.
It's one school.
I don't believe they're actually
a
pushing
large
it.
grand
It's not
scheme.
one
Yeah.
school.
I don't believe they're pushing it whatsoever. It has been found in
is
schools, but it's not something that teachers are like, hey, you should go read this book.
Yes, it is.
But there's no law
Yes,
preventing
it
them
is.
from
That's part of the
promoting it.
problem. That's exactly what the problem is. It's being pushed by these woke teachers. Have you not watched those teachers?
No, it's a different argument. There's nothing stopping a teacher from if they wanted to.
Yeah, exactly.
Except for the parents who are actually going in and finding the books, which is what they're doing now, which is good. I agree that what's happening right now with them finding these books and these issues in the system, it's a good thing. That should keep happening. People should be auditing.
I agree with encouraging the and trying to teach more about parental locks and everything to parents, but like especially with the rise of single mothers like crazy that are working, coming home, everything, they can barely keep track of shit. You don't think this type of fucking regulation would help those type of women as well?
Yeah.
Or like I said, like
Kanye wants his daughter to stop twerking on TikTok.
It's
and
also
Kim
extremely
keep letting her
important.
do it.
It's also extremely important that with what I'm talking about implementing, that if we can get that implemented, that we also give the information to the parents to know what to look out for on their kids. So if they do happen to get their kids a bank account with a card, they know what to look out for on the account to find out what they're possibly doing. And it should have to be transparent as to what the website is. It should read the website's name and address on the verification of the thing. So that way,
Dave,
what?
People don't make money doing that. So are you saying that
What do you mean?
the Pornhub should have to pay for it?
You don't think they
You're
make
not gonna
money doing that?
Selling that or that information to parents.
They'll still make money off of the advertisements.
You'd think someone would be doing it right now if there was money in it.
Money in what?
And educating parents properly on how to keep their children.
It happened on
regulated.
Pornhub recently where they had a lot of videos taken down because they weren't verifying any of the porn stars. There was some underage content on there.
And now anything that's not verified, any kind of independent content that's like pornographic is off of Pornhub and I think most search engines as well.
Most sites, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Any affiliated sites.
And they lost a lot of money on that.
They're kind of all owned by the same people for the most part, I think.
Oh, yeah.
There's like big porn.
Another thing I think, what I find interesting in Australia, there are laws against something we have pretty a problem with in America, and that's these barely legal and almost 18 and almost 16 porn, where they're trying to find girls that look like teenagers and selling this I think that was one of the points Hormaxer was trying to make when he was having a debate with Easy, like, oh, because
Okay, but that's not okay. Listen, there's those categories, but that's not the most searched categories. I brought that up in that video, bro.
yeah, Australia actually made laws against a woman can be in her 40s, but if her breasts are like an A cup, then it people can go to people can have to register as a sex offender.
So wait, you're saying women was
I don't know if I agree with this.
Okay, hold up. So in that instance, it would be very simple to fix of just having the person be verified. If they're able to provide an ID showing they're over the age of 18, regardless if they're petite or if they're a heavier set woman, whatever the case may be, as long as they're verified that they're over 18, it shouldn't matter what they're starring in.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, so Australia's law is, I believe, an A cup can't be topless in bars or on pictures or porns.
That doesn't even make sense because there are plenty of
you tiny titty women.
women who have
Stop being topless.
A cups. Does that mean you're a pedophile if you're attracted to them?
I think it was just backlash because of that type of content of the barely legal stuff.
But laws get made all the time that makes no point. Like in the state of Kentucky, it's illegal on a Sunday to have an ice cream in your back pocket. That's an actual law that's in the books, but no one really follows it.
And they're not enforced. Well, actually, I'm assuming everybody follows it. 'Cause I don't think I've ever seen somebody with an ice cream in their back pocket. So maybe the law has done its job.
You almost made me spit my drink. That is out of control.
So
I mean,
different. I mean, ice cream in the back of your pocket is a lot different than a felony sex offense.
But there's a lot of these. There's a lot of these laws that are on the books in the U.S. Just look up, look up Google. Just Google one time weird state laws.
You guys both have Google. Look it up yourself.
Yeah, we have some Canadians. Let's ask them.
Well, Mudcrab's from Australia, but I guess.
Yeah, he said he's never heard of these rules. He has no idea what you're talking about.
If he's not a connoisseur of porn, then he wouldn't know.
It's real.
That's not a law here. Anyway. I don't
Doesn't.
know
Like here's one. A simple. Hold up. Let me make sure am I muted here?
Usually these abstract laws are made for a certain purpose, and it's only something that's temporarily and local. Because in McDonald, Ohio, there's one that you can't walk your duck on a leash past the courtyard at afternoon on a Sunday or something absolutely ridiculous like that. I know it has something to do with walking your duck in front of the courthouse on a leash.
Yeah, like this one. Don't drive blindfolded in Alabama.
Yeah, so sometimes they make weird laws. That's actually a really good law.
Yeah,
that's true. You're not wrong, Hornet. That does mean somebody's done it.
Who got injured with the ice cream in the back pocket?
What actually happened? Hold up.
They probably tried to sue somebody because they sat on it.
I'll explain this. So what actually used to happen is criminals used to take ice cream and put it in their back pocket, so it would lead horses away, and then they would steal the horse when they got it away from the town. They would put it in their back pocket, and they would lead the horse away.
That actually makes sense.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Crazy sense, but it makes sense.
Yeah.
But why on a? What did you say it was on a Sunday?
On a Sunday, because that's when everybody would be coming to town for church and things like that. You got to think about the times.
I guess the actual law isn't small-breasted. That's taken a little bit out of context. It says if women look younger than 18. So if a woman looks younger than 18, they're actually not allowed to. But it was the reason I misread it because it was going around as the small-breasted law.
That does seem kind of arbitrary.
Well, it is.
It makes more sense than the tiny titty, thing.
Shit,
At least the A cup would at least be a standard, like a number. Like this is what's considered. Because if you just say looks like they're under 18, maybe I wouldn't think they were under 18, but you would.
Well, let me ask you, Dave. Do you think that there's a problem in America with barely legal and porn companies specifically trying to make content with adults that look like teenagers? Don't you think that that's a little bit of a problem?
I don't know, but I'd agree if it is shown to lead to people consistently looking for younger and younger, then yes, I would totally agree. if
Well,
they
porn
could find that
itself,
out.
there's statistics that show porn as a gateway to CP. Yeah.
So
Very
so
true.
I know Dave. I know where he's from. So I'm going to read this. It's overall state, but in Arizona, it's illegal for a donkey to sleep in a bathtub. That's an actual law that's in the books because in the 1920s, a local dam broke, flooding a rancher's home. The rancher's donkey became accustomed to sleeping in a bathtub, so they allowed the donkey to sleep in there. The cops made it illegal. They passed a law. So
That is horrible. That is
yes,
sweet.
Donkey one quarter.
these are laws. I mean,
broke
I've got a
arachnid.
law for every state. If you're interested in this, a quick Google search. Yeah,
That
some
is
of
so
these
cute.
are.
I appreciate it.
Jelly was-
Donkey being represented.
I can see like a reel with like a little baby donkey in a bathtub. That is adorable.
Let's see.
That's a shame that they made that law.
Let's see.
But I gotta go, guys. I actually came up here. I wanted to fight about body count, but we moved to.
No. I'm very curious about this. So go ahead, Jelly, because we got all the men perspective, and I would really like to get the women perspective on that.
So I didn't really hear a whole lot of what was said, but my main question was, why are men even? Are you guys asking for body count?
I'm not.
I do.
Something that we like.
Like, girl, come here.
If you're on, no, not that's not how it is. If you're
I
dating,
like you. Can I get your number? First date, So what do you want out of life? And then, by the way, what's your body count?
I think Speak had the best.
Yeah,
It's just that.
I've had talks about sex with girls before we went there. Yeah, a lot.
What?
I don't believe them whenever they say or answer.
So what? Okay, so my point about it was that promiscuous women, usually come with bad habits that are detrimental to herself and her future family, and you can usually tell a woman that is promiscuous. And so, like with body count, to just put a number on it, it's weird to just like answer, oh, this by this age. But like, so if I just go off of like Dave's example where he said by 25, 7, that means she was with 7 men in the last 7 years, and more than likely she's also dated these men, so she's also created like a bond with these men, which over time of bonding with numerous men, it breaks their ability to bond with another. And I think this is the problem with promiscuous women, like with women who sleep around often.
So you're saying that body count is a indicator of being promiscuous?
Yes, usually, yeah.
Would you think it's fair to say that there are promiscuous women with low body counts?
Promiscuous women with
By
low
nature
body
of it,
count,
not really.
Yes, there is. Okay, we'll use the OnlyFans again for an example.
Well,
If there's a woman that is a virgin, but she's fucking popping her pussy on OnlyFans, like she's promiscuous. If it's
I think isn't promiscuous means that they have sex with more people than average? Isn't that what promiscuous means? Or
I think usually when you're speaking about promiscuity, you're talking about how sexually active they are. While it's not actual sex, a girl that would give like 100 blowjobs, technically her body count could still be 0, but she gave 100 blowjobs.
If I was
having many sexual relationships.
No, wait, stop. No, stop. Many transient sexual relationships. It's many transient sexual relationships, so short-termed. And would you consider, if me and a girl, she's sending me videos of her rubbing her pussy, I'm sending her videos of me jacking off, would you consider this a sexual relationship between us?
No.
What the fuck kind of relationship would you?
Sorry, repeat. I'm sorry, I was looking at something.
not.
Repeat that again. I
So
apologize.
if me and another female, she was sending me videos of her rubbing herself up, and I'm sending her videos of me jacking off, would you consider that we have a sexual relationship?
I would, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So like that's why like you don't have to actually have, in my opinion, you don't have to have the physical connections to actually be promiscuous. You could just have many fucking phone sex relationships, and you're still going to be a promiscuous woman. And like the things that come with that is like one thing right there. It shows is like not a high capability of discernment.
I think that's even more interesting than the body count discussion.
Yeah,
that's
like
like
Gelly
interesting
says
to
that.
me.
Gelly says that she considers that a sexual relationship, but I'll bet if she was with a guy she liked and he asked her like how many sexual relationships she had, she wouldn't count something like that. I think.
Well, of course she wouldn't, because she wouldn't want to make the guy repulsed.
Yeah, you don't
like,
want to inflate the number.
You'd say zero if you wanted to make the guy love
Yeah,
her. Like, what do you mean? Like, what are you talking
I mean,
about?
as a woman, I think in my head when I'm asked that question, to me it's sexual in nature. So it's like, yeah, like, but that was the reason that I asked that question, because for me, like, the concept of promiscuity is more in a person's like character set or behaviors, not always necessarily, like, to Dave's point, how many actual bodies have you had. But
Right.
I mean, I've known a lot of girls that have sucked a whole lot of D before they caught their first body, right?
Right, and that's like,
So
yeah.
for me, it's like that girl is
Oh.
going to present way differently than a girl that may have had 3 partners in her lifetime, but those partners were, long-term relationships that just so happened not to work out.
Right.
Well, even
right.
if you just
and that's
consider
why I say like promiscuity like is more like what I would go by rather than just saying a body count,
Yeah.
right? Because like I don't like the whole fresh and fit. Oh, once you were a hoe, you could never change.
So
And,
I
like-
gotta ask Jelly this because all the guys here got to answer this. No, all the guys got to answer this. So if we could recall back to 25, Jelly, and you had met this guy between 18 to 25, how many, from that standpoint, if you was looking at this guy, how many girls would be too many girls that he had slept with in order, and you'd be
By
like, "Man, that's just
25?
wait." Yeah, if thinking back, if you was finding this 25-year-old, how many bodies is too high on the female perspective? Can he had slept with too many partners? And you'd be like, whoa, that's a turn off. That's just way too many girls that you're.
If I had to get a number, the first number that comes to mind is 10.
I'm gonna tell you how that's cap right now.
How is that? That's my honest answer. What you mean?
I'm gonna tell you how that's cap.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna tell you.
Are you
okay?
saying that's cap because that's not 25-year-old male's body count? Is that why?
No. I'm saying it's cap as in you don't actually care about a man's body count.
I don't.
Do you ever?
Yeah, I
Wait.
She answered it though. She said
Wait,
she
wait.
doesn't, but he asked for a number.
Yeah. So I get it. But
Yeah.
my thing is right. My thing here is. Oh, Tom, you can add yourself up here, bruh.
Hop in.
You
Tom.
still admin? What's up?
So
my
what?
thing
I'll
is-
also
I'm dead.
clarify, Easy, real quick. I don't
Yeah.
care now. If I
Okay.
was 25, I probably would have cared.
Okay.
Yeah, so like
Let me
my
just-
thing is, okay, do you remember ever in your life or with your friends and stuff saying like, "Oh, I want to fuck a virgin"?
Boys saying that?
Yeah.
No, you as a woman and like woman.
You wanted
you're
to take that. You wanted to rob the
No.
cradle.
Wait. Stop. Let me ask.
No, that never crossed my mind.
Okay, so like I know I have said it, and many men I've met have said it, and like you hear this all the time. So like that's my thing. Like women actually want experienced men in the bedroom, where men don't tend to care that much about.
Yeah,
the
it's like the
experience.
opposite,
They actually
isn't it?
want it less.
like what men.
Why
and
do
women,
men want less experienced women?
In the bedroom,
Because they suck
Yeah,
at
why-
it anyway.
Comparison.
Why would they? Why would they
I
want
think it
less
has-
experience?
I think it has to do with territorial as
Exactly.
part of it, men being territorial. Another part of it would be like the biological thing we've had for thousands of years of knowing that's our kid when we're the only one
I mean,
that's
yeah,
Fear
but
of
sure,
not
but
matching
that's
up.
not. That's a little bit different than what you were saying. I'm not matching up.
No, I said fear of not matching up.
Oh, I thought you were saying my audio and my video.
No,
yeah,
you're good.
so that's a little bit different than saying that you don't want experience, though, right? It just means that you don't care as much about experience as much as women do, because obviously most of the time when I have sex, I don't know about you guys, but normally I'm in control. I'm the one who's doing everything.
Yeah.
And so women want a guy who's taking control and who knows what he's doing, and the experience
100%.
matters for him. Whereas for her, she's not doing a whole lot, so like experience doesn't matter all that much.
Exactly.
But having somebody, obviously, like with biology, men care a lot about like all animals, the males are attracted to the most fertile females. Like they are always attracted to females when they are most fertile. That's
Right.
literally every human or every species of animal ever. And so like humans are no different in that area. It's just kind of is what it is.
I have a saying you might like.
Straight up.
It's,
So
women
an
have the
experience
keys,
means fertile?
men
Is that
drive
what we're
the
saying?
car. When it comes to sex, women have the keys, men drive.
Sorry, Hanafudas, what were you saying?
Yeah, it's jelly, but
Jelly, okay.
Hanafudas.
Yeah, with the Hanafuda earrings. But yeah, but so it was a little bit choppy on my end listening. Are you saying that men equate inexperience to fertility in women?
I'm saying that Speakeasy said it incorrectly. It's not that they actually care about experience one way or the other. It's that they don't care about experience at all, and that there's other things that they're prioritizing instead.
Okay, I got you. All right.
I think what I'm saying is the reason I think they want the less experienced woman is because if she's less experienced, this usually means that she's had less partners, obviously. And like, let's be real. Have you never had a blowjob by a girl and she's doing it so good, you're thinking, this girl's done this way too much. Like she's, she's like
no,
porn
come on.
star level. Fucking, come on. You like you thought
Listen,
about it
listen.
after thought like, yeah, that.
I
girl's
don't
definitely
agree.
done that a
I don't
lot.
agree because I think.
Well, let me
that-
finish before you don't agree next time, fucker. I've been interrupted every fucking time I've talked. You guys are fucking pissing me off now. Go ahead, dickhead.
Okay, I don't agree because I think the way to put it is like this. Men want the less relationships for women that they're looking for a relationship with. I think that if you're talking about the men who just want to get laid, they're probably going to want more experience because the sluttier women do give blowjobs where the closer to being a virgin don't often even do that.
Yeah, I love sluts for just fucking.
And blowjobs, right? Come on. And if you want to even go deeper or further, then the toothless sluts are even better for that.
Oh my.
I don't know.
So I've heard.
Oh my.
Yo, listen, every girl that I've stayed with long
be on the
term
lookout.
was a girl that was like less experienced, and she ended up being a freak after because she learned everything she liked with me.
Well, then you ruined her for the next guy.
True.
Yes.
You are what Jesse
No.
Lee Peterson refers to as
No, I have
a
saying in one of
homemaker.
my songs. I have a saying in one of my
slutmaker.
songs. I like this lady that's classy in the sheets and a freak in the sheets.
Oh.
Classy in the streets, you mean?
You said
said
shit
sheet
though.
twice.
Did I?
What's your song say?
I just smoked. Give me a break.
Your song could use some lyrical work. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, go back and re-sing that song, just the line that says sheet. Make sure it's streets on the first one. Classy in the streets.
So what I'm hearing from you
was but a
guys is
freak in the
that if you
bed.
meet a woman that is sexually experienced, your mind automatically jumps to that she's been with a lot of guys. Oh my God, what do I do now?
I
Like,
personally
the
don't care one
notion-
way or the other.
Just something we don't like.
I want to make that clear. I don't care.
I just want to
Yeah,
make
I
a
don't
correction real quick, because I know Easy's music better than he does. I believe he wants a girl who's classy in the streets and a freak in the bed.
Yeah, sheets. I said sheets.
I thought you said bed in the song.
Oh.
To
But a freak
your
in the
question,
bed.
Julie, I think that
I
you're
am
going
right.
to definitely have more dysfunction in the relationships because, I don't think it is about rather a man individually, I think it's about the evolution of men being competitive. I think Andrew Tate speaks a lot on that. So when you have a woman who's sexual experienced, clearly she's had, at least more than four, at least a number of sexual partners. Maybe she's had one that taught her, but still, and that's probably even worse. If she's only had one sexual partner and then she's just a fucking knife, she's like tickling the balls and then giving the blowjob at the same time. You're gonna be like, bitch, who taught you that? I mean, I'm sure that's probably a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm just hearing like post nut anxiety is what I'm hearing. That's what it sounds like.
No. It's not even just about that. Like I was saying, promiscuous women come with bad habits most of the time. So like I was saying, they don't practice discernment. They usually dress more provocatively, and I know that I don't like my girl looking like she's for sale everywhere, and I'm sure a lot of men agree.
I mean, for me, it's a little bit different though, because I don't like. It's not about her being with other people. It's more about some sort of intimacy that I want within our relationship. Like if I don't want her naked in front of other people, not because I think she's gonna have sex with those other people, but because like her being naked, me being naked. These are parts of intimacy that I want just between the two of us. That makes our relationship special and makes what we have different from what she has with anybody else. And I think it's the same with like dressing provocatively. Like there are parts of our bodies that we both expect to just be between the two of us and not for everybody else.
Tom's just saying the simp version of what I was saying.
Yeah,
I just always find it interesting when I hear guys talk about body count, because I think for you guys, you're thinking, well, again, because I'm a woman, so my woman brain is perceiving it one way, but you guys are completely perceiving it a different way. Like I have conversations with other women and they're like, I mean, why even ask the question, or why is there such a concern? But I do hear you guys when you say that it's not just about the count, but it's kind of about the disposition that potentially follows being promiscuous. I guess my pushback to that would be, coming from, I'm in my 40s, right? So coming from a little bit of an older perspective, usually like qualifying whether somebody was promiscuous or not was like during the dating process and getting to know them. And then in situations where you go to the club and then everybody runs up on them and you're like, oh my God, like what did I get myself into? So like my lens of looking for promiscuity comes from a different place.
It's amazing how you're able to talk without moving your mouth so much. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Great. The reason I brought that up is I was actually getting to this thing that I've noticed when I'm watching a lot of this content. It really wasn't from a personal perspective or a personal point of view, other than my perspective of observing this, that I often see women not really understand it because they listen to or they speak about it with other women, as opposed to women being more concerned with what they feel, but they still date men, and then they don't often consider what men think about this. And listening to just a ton of men talk about this, it's clear men care about body count. Men care about promiscuity, and what Easy just said, men care about how women act, whether it's blowjobs, whether it's sexual talk. Men want the least experience, but in a whole, like in mass. At the same time, women are on the opposite side of that. They don't really think that their body count matters. Well, it clearly does, unless they're lesbian, then I wouldn't know how lesbians feel about
I would
body
say
count.
that not only women don't care about a man's body count, but they want a man that's experienced. Like to what you were saying earlier, Tom. Like they want a man that's gonna take fucking control. Like it's a turn on to every woman. All the women that are here right now in the chat. I know it's smaller than normal days, but tell me right now, one in the chat, if you want your man to take control in the bedroom.
So what does two mean?
Two if you want to be the more dominant.
Okay, I'll select two.
There you go. Yeah, if you want a virgin dude.
I think that there are some aspects of what women are looking for in a man. Like, they do want somebody who's going to be a little bit more dominant and who's willing to like take charge of things. But that's not like it's not. I think that they're looking for like strength a lot of times. They're looking for confidence in a guy, and so some of these things are like markers for how they'll be able to act within a relationship. But it's not so much about like having experience in the bed as like that. I think that's like having experience in the bed is just another marker for having confidence and being able to take charge, and somebody who is like more willing to dominate in some ways. Whereas like for men, they're not looking to be dominated a lot of times. They're not looking for somebody to be in control of them as much. And so it's just like different it's just things that men and women want different things of, and it's like two different sides of the same coin where we're like looking at things from opposite perspectives a lot of the time.
Kevin Samuels used to say men, we're looking for FBI women, feminine, beautiful, and intelligent.
I like
Alicia, did you come in to get on to everybody?
To get onto everybody. Well, my name's Alicia. Nice to meet you.
Alicia, I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Everybody does that. One, I felt bad because Toxic was going at Jelly for a second. But
Going at?
No, I'm just messing with you, Toxic. Hi. I don't think that my ideas of how men and women's relationships should be are what most women think. I'm all for gender roles, which seem to be an issue for a lot of women these days. So the idea of being the dominant person in a relationship is just weird as fuck to me, honestly.
Wait, you mean for you to be the dominant person?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Why would I want a man that lets me tell him what to do? Like, at that point, shouldn't I just be with a woman?
Yeah, I think like I think again, when we're talking about the way that it works within like all animal species, like lots of times the smaller, whether sometimes it's males that are smaller, and they look for like the female to be more protective and more dominant in these cases. And so I think these are just like our monkey brains from when we were, actually hunter gatherers, where men were meant to be like protectors and meant to be bigger. And that's, I think women still have a biological thing that makes them look for that even though I think we're being socialized out of that more and more, the less it becomes necessary. Like, there's not people breaking into my house every day. There's not women who need me to run around, beating people up all the time. There's not ninjas attacking me on the streets. But so the less and less that's actually necessary, the more and more that'll be kind of like drained out of what it is that women are looking for. And but I don't think that, Alicia, I don't think that it's actually that uncommon. I think that it's like, it seems uncommon on the internet, but there's tons of polls that show that most women still want a guy who is going to be more dominant. They still want a guy who's very confident. They still want a guy who makes more money. Like, these are still things that most women are looking for in general.
But the more money thing I have an issue with, because it's superficial.
It is superficial, but it's also a marker for them being able to take care of you, being like.
But then at that point, you're just overgeneralizing, and I don't do that either.
Yeah, but I think you gotta also think about the fact that like the money part also shows that has like ambition, determination. Yeah. He has work ethic. He has
to be measured by the ability.
He has financial intelligence. Like it marks things that are beneficial and things that women want.
So he's willing to be a provider.
I think that's a consequence of a materialist lens. Because back in the day,
Arachnid, your mic is bit it.
Oh, I thought it was just me.
Your mic is really
fuck
bad
you,
now.
Tom.
Your
I'm
mic
still
is
a hunter
shot.
gatherer. Tom, fuck you. I'm still a hunter gatherer. So what did you
Congratulations on being less evolved than the rest of us.
So what you're saying is that women are looking for men that can be the provider? Is that what you're...
I'm saying that being a provider is like I think that all of these are markers for somebody who's able to take care of them. I think that that's like and men are looking like take care of them in a masculine way, whereas like men are also looking for women who are capable of taking care of them in a more feminine way. And so we're both looking for markers that are like a lot of the things that we're talking about are markers for just us looking for the opposite end of what it is that like create human
those mornings that you're sick as fuck, like just because you're sick, or like you even say you have a hot hangover, you're sick, you're puking, you're stuck in bed. You want your boy to come over and like, hey baby, it's okay, you want anything? You want your boys to come do that? No, you want your girl to come do that shit. That's what like what Tom's saying. Like you want your women for the feminine parts, and women want men for the masculine parts.
Again, we are being socialized out of this
now.
The less and less it becomes necessary. Like women are making more and more money, and it's becoming more and more common for them to make more money within relationships. But there's a reason that patriarchy existed in the first place. There's a reason that women were on board with this. There's a reason that they all fit into those roles just as well as men fit into those roles, is because those were the roles women expected men to fill. Those were what women wanted of men at those times. And today, the less and less it's necessary, the more and more they want all of those roles pulled back and to be more equal.
They still tend to want some of those things still. They still tend to go for over 6 feet, 6 abs.
Like I said, it's becoming less likely, but it's still there. It's still by far the majority. Like like Alicia said that I was overgeneralizing, and I'm more so talking about polling on what women say they want. And the fact that like it is still by far a majority, but it is becoming less and less so because it's less and less necessary.
How less necessary is it though? Like, have you ever seen like the stats for like logging workers, fishing workers, all the different types of construction, the police officers, mining, fucking sewage, all this shit is 90% dominated by men. If we were to try and like
crime is like at an all-time low throughout human history. Like we're not running around killing each other. Wars are at an all-time low. We're like we don't need to be protectors as much. There may still be jobs that are more biologically fit for men to do, like being in the NBA is always gonna be like lean more towards males, but that doesn't mean that
I'm talking about like the everyday shit, bro. I'm talking about the
but
NBA could stop today.
We're not talking about everyday stuff, because when we're talking about being a protector, a woman can just buy a freaking gun. She doesn't need a man to do that, and so that becomes less and less necessary.
Men are legal in California. Guns aren't.
But in my past couple of relationships, this conversation comes up on why a girl is attracted to me. And 99% of the time, the answer is, well, I see how you are with your kids, and I think you will potentially be the role model that I want for my own children. So that's another thing, coming in, is a lot of people see how I am with my kids, how I treat my kids, how I interact with my son and daughter, how I'm the the provider for them. So they look for that as well if they have children of their own, or if they're wanting to have children, they're looking at someone who is going to be that provider, who can be that role model.
All of the people who aren't looking for that, their parents were that way, and their parents' parents were that way, and their parents' parents' parents were that way. But over time, the more and more it becomes less necessary, the more and more it's kind of socialized out of us. I mean, this is part of evolution. Like, we're only going to look for the things that are necessary. We adapt to our surroundings. And so the less our surroundings necessitate this sort of priority, the less and less it's going to be a priority.
For me, you're saying that's no longer a priority, though?
No, I'm not saying it's no longer a priority. It is less and less a priority. Like, you can obviously look at what it is that women want and what it is that they're prioritizing. And this is less and less a priority. Not that it's not a priority at all.
You think we'll ever get to a time where women will like men that can't defend themselves?
No. That'll never happen.
Maybe. Like, even right now, something that we're seeing that we talked about on a panel I think that you were on is that men more and more are becoming attracted to older women. Like, more and more often. It's on a rise. Not that it's hold on. Not that it's the most common, that it is trending upwards. So like if you look at MILF porn being looked at on the internet, it's
MILF
trending
porn.
upwards. If you look
The
at the amount of
population
men,
is trending upwards,
the amount
too.
of men who are married to older women is trending upwards. And so we see this, especially when young
Do you know
women
why that
are
is?
taking birth control at such high rates where they're not willing to have kids. They're expecting the man to wear condoms. They don't want to have kids at early ages. The people who are most viable are going to be older women who already have a career, who already have it together. And even lots of times men aren't looking to have kids either. And so they don't mind being with an older woman who's not showing signs of fertility.
I think for the most part, it's for the most part both sides are settling. That's what I
You
think.
can say they're settling, but
Yeah, men are always
nobody's
willing to,
settling
like,
when they
sleep
look
with
at
older,
porn.
mature women.
Nobody is settling when they look at porn, Easy. That doesn't
I
make
did.
sense.
I settled because it was
Wait,
gross.
sorry, say that again.
Nobody's settling when they look at porn. That doesn't make sense. You're looking at porn. You're looking for the thing you're most attracted to. You're not
Hold
settling.
on.
Nobody's
What if
settling
you
looking
only,
at porn.
what if you only afford one and you buy the one?
Oh, we
and
were
then
talking. Wait, you said porn. I thought you said younger men are getting with older women now.
I said that they're becoming more and more attracted to older women. Yeah, so like MILF porn is one of the things that you mentioned that is like on a rise. That's something that's trending upward. It's more and more people are watching MILF porn,
Hi,
and it's
Toasty.
in the
You're
top
peaking a little
10
bit.
categories right now.
Am
I?
Okay.
Okay.
Toasty wants to add to that. Toasty, go ahead.
Growling, your mic
Your mic is gone.
Terrible.
You might want to leave and come back.
And so when it comes to
should leave
porn,
and
it
come
literally
back.
doesn't make sense to say that they're settling because they're like that is them choosing the thing that they are most attracted to. There's not like a shortage. You're not settling. There's not a shortage of hot young women in pornography. Like there's just not. There's an endless amount of it on the internet. So you
So
going
you're
and
saying the search of
for
MILF porn is on the rise. That's what you're saying.
it's literally in the top 10 categories for the last 2 years in a row. Yeah.
Toasty wants to respond to you real quick. Toasty?
I think
Are you there?
Toasty was peaking as well.
Oh,
She was
we
fixing her
couldn't
mic.
hear her. She was trying to do something with her mic.
Well, I'll say this and then I'll get down. But I always assumed that younger men were always interested in older women, right? And I do also think that with the way that society is now, that there are a lot of really attractive older women. So it would make sense to me that younger guys are like looking at these older women. You know what I'm saying? Like they might want to partner up. And
I think I'm gonna be the only honest guy on here. Okay, when I was like younger, MILF porn is what I searched because like I like imagine fucking my friends' moms and shit. That's what it was. If no one else
y'all had a good night.
I'll just
It
be
was
honest
great.
about it. Because when I was 15, the girls my age didn't look
Love
like
you,
women.
Joey.
Still
That's
can't
why.
hear you, Toasty.
When I was 15, the girls my age didn't look like women, so that's why I was
Sure, but
searching
18-year-olds
older
did.
porn. You can't just say, "Well, it's on the rise of search." We don't know what age group
No,
is searching that.
Speakeasy, that makes sense because the 18-year-olds still looked older than them. Like 20-year-olds still looked older than them.
No.
25-year-olds still looked older
So
than
you're
them.
gonna
You're talking about like 30 and up.
on
I
Easy's
think
point though. So you're gonna
statistics-
tell me you didn't have like a teacher in school that you might have been attracted to, like a hot teacher, and man, you
Even if
didn't
I
have any
did-
of those thoughts.
Even if I did, that first off, we're talking about like one of the highest trending porn categories.
Okay,
Okay,
but
we're not.
but the
you're
question
talking
is
about like, hold on, you're talking about kids, a small group of like what 3 years of like 15 to 18 that somehow are getting this category put into the top 10. Hell no, dude, that doesn't make sense.
pretty sure that stretches all the way back to way
I'm
over time.
curious. Oh, Easy's pulling up the stats because I was thinking Kevin Samuels used to always say that men liked 25-year-old women. And
So yeah, you got stepmom right there, and then
Stepmom, yes,
Wait,
yes.
where is
Stepmom.
this one?
Stepmom. This is
Asian.
Pornhub.
hold on, wait.
I was gonna
Hold on.
say, oh, go ahead.
Wait, hold up, wait.
I've
What year
definitely
is this
seen a different one.
2022.
Yeah,
This
hold
is
on.
not the
This
same
doesn't.
one that I
hold
saw.
on. Yeah, there's no way Ebony was number one. I'm sorry, that's not.
Cormaxer, you're wrong. I think that was at the bottom, that barely legal nonsense.
No. Hold on, because most of the categories are barely legal. So the categories are like stepsister, teen, crap like that. Whereas like all of those are barely legal.
No, he meant by
categories.
age. The age.
I don't know why.
barely
That's what
Why
I'm
is
talking
it
about as well.
balancing
I'm
like
saying,
that?
I'm
Oh.
saying
why.
stepsister.
That's weird.
I'm saying stepsister is barely legal. Teen
So all of
is
these
barely
categories.
legal.
Look,
Hentai
top
is
search-
barely legal or not legal. Like
I don't know why.
all
keep
of these
doing-
are young age groups.
Are you looking at this though?
Yes.
Lesbian.
Can you guys hear me?
ebony,
Is it better?
Latina,
Yes, bro.
Asian,
Stepmom
Christian.
I
is
can
what
hear
I'm
you.
talking
It's a
about.
little choppy, but it's doable.
It's
Okay,
fine,
so
yeah.
that's not MILF. That's stepmom, and that's like
Wait,
a
what
taboo.
hold on,
That's
hold
like a taboo fantasy.
What do you think a MILF
Probably
is?
like
What do you think a MILF is, bro? What do you think a MILF is? It's a,
a
mother.
mother.
It's a mother. It's a mother. It's a stepmom.
Not a
mom.
stepmom.
Well, stepmom would
That's
still
what-
be considered
Bro,
a MILF.
that's what the stepmoms
It's
are.
someone's
They are
mom.
older women.
MILF doesn't necessarily
Okay.
mean somebody who's given birth that I'd like to fuck. It means
I was a mom at
mature
22,
woman
Yes,
that I'd
they're
like to
older
fuck.
women.
say that's an older woman. I had my first kid at 22.
Yes, that's what.
Like,
That's
I've
the,
been called a
that's what
MILF
the
since
category
22, so I was
Yeah.
old as fuck at 22.
Yep.
No, that's what the category
kidding.
on Pornhub means.
Fuck
It
off.
means a mature woman. Like that's what stepmom means. It means it's an older
Mother,
mature
I would
woman.
fuck.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's what a MILF means. Like generally it doesn't even have to be a mom. It just means a woman who's older. They call her MILF. Like that's just kind of
Okay, but that's what I'm saying though. Like, why wouldn't the search be MILF then?
because there's like added taboo to it being some sort of like family dynamic within there, right? So if we say barely legal, we're also talking about stepdaughter. Stepdaughter is barely legal, yet you're adding in the taboo of the family dynamic.
What if it's a 40-year-old stepdaughter?
Wait. How do
You guys, I'm explaining what the categories are. These are markers for what people are looking for. Stepdaughter, right? So it's a girl coming home from school in like a cheerleading outfit. She's like, oh man, like,
Okay,
that's
so
what
why,
these
though?
categories are.
Why? Why older women? What about older women? Are
wait.
they less promiscuous?
To be fair to both of your points, the most searched terms of 2022 were hentai, Japanese, then MILF.
It's I that's what I saw, but
That's the most.
There's-
He's looking at the American version.
well, even just America is still like there's still like these are markers for what we're talking about. When we're talking about older women, like stepmom is still a marker for an older woman, just as hentai is a marker for a really young woman.
Again,
or
we don't know
stepdaughter
the
is-
age group that's searching this up.
Sure, but it doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is that they are becoming it more and more in the top 10. If you want to ask about the age group, like older men, okay, so studies show that men in their 30s, that's when they're most attracted to an 18-year-old. A man in his 30s becomes most attracted to an 18-year-old, not an 18-year-old.
Okay, wait, sorry.
I
You
get
have
what
to
you're
say that
saying.
again.
You froze.
Yeah,
You're good.
I
now.
don't know what's
You're good
happening.
now.
So are you saying like guys started off like when they're younger, they start off liking older women after they age a bit more, or they tend to like younger?
No, I'm saying that like in
Is that what it-
general, the age groups are all mixed up. Like they're all mixed up. They're all
Oh,
over
okay.
the place because even somebody like when we say like 30-year-olds are most attracted to 18-year-olds and we're talking about barely legal stuff, 18-year-olds are also searching 18-year-olds. So like they're also searching the barely legal category as well. So it's like
Well,
everybody
18
like all across the spectrum
So, like,
are searching.
18
Yeah,
to
it says like
30.
18, all 18 men from 18 all the way up to like 60 years old, I think it is. Like when you average out the ages they like, it's around 20 to 22 that
Yeah,
is
but there's
most attractive to men.
Sure, but there's polling on this as well on like what age groups do you find most attractive, and same thing, like they do it every 10 years. It's
Yeah, that's
trending up
like,
as
that's,
well.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying like off the average, it goes about from 20 to 22 of most people, like all averages.
It's 20 to 25, yes. But my point is that the amount that find older women attractive is trending up in those studies as well.
In porn studies.
No, not porn. We're just talking about the same study that you're referencing, where they say that 20 to 25 is the age groups where men find women most attractive. Yet in those studies, it's trending up on how often they are finding older women attractive as well. So you're saying
I'd like to see those. I haven't seen
it's
those.
the thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. You go look it up.
You know what?
Just look up
I believe you.
men finding older women
I
trending
believe
up.
because Generation Z is kind of, the women are kind of crazy when you listen to whatever podcast. So that could have something to do with it.
Well, they're obviously choosing women not for their intellectual capabilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like
They're
no offense. I have friends that do OnlyFans and everything, right? But it always tends to be like the younger ones that have OnlyFans and stuff or social media. They're always picking out instead of like maybe an average, I guess, woman or something like that. You know, they have a specific person or a specific type of people that they pick out.
Yeah.
For the content.
They're trying to make like viral clips, and picking out those ditches works, doesn't it?
They probably send them a questionnaire, and if they get all the questions right, they don't invite them on.
I just wanted to jump on for a minute and say what's up. I gotta
What's
head
up,
out.
Tom? All right.
Alrighty.
Next Wednesday, make sure you're not
Bye,
working,
Tom.
because that was.
I am working next Wednesday.
How
I was gonna
dare
try and
you.
set up a panel for next Tuesday though. So
Okay.
all right. Later, guys.
Bye.
Later, man. Thanks for coming.
What is that crackling noise?
Someone's mic, I think.
But to add on with the guys liking older women,
think it's
I'm
your
seeing that
mic.
more and more.
Yeah, Toasty, your mic is
The crackling?
Actually,
Yeah,
your mic got
sounds
worse.
like your mic.
That's weird.
Now it's like roboting out
Okay.
as well. If you might just need to leave and come back in. We could try that.
Yeah, that might be it.
Yeah, I think
it is a bad
what
connection
you just
sometimes. It's
posted,
just weird.
Hornet, what you just posted here, I think this has to do with men. Again, they like women who've had less experience with men, just because it's less fighting and differences. Where women are hypergamous and in general, like more successful men. So of course that's why the 10 years plus, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The thing that's important when you are looking at those things for when you're trying to find the trends is don't so much pay attention to the overall number, but look for the pluses on the left side, because that kind of gives you the idea of what's increasing in popularity versus decreasing. And while it may still be the most popular for a certain category, if it has like a -1, that means it's trending down, which means it's slowing. The interest in it is waning slightly. So that's what you're looking for on those. I think we were just looking at the wrong things. We were just trying to find what the most searched thing is right now when we were arguing trending.
Yeah,
That's the only thing
but
I'll say on that one.
correlating what porn's being watched to who you're fucking in real life are two very different things.
Well, it's not so much.
It's
It's not
generally
so
what
much
you're attracted
for
to,
what
right?
you're
like. That's why that's
able to
that
get.
example's brought
Yeah,
up.
But is it what you're actually fucking or
most likely
your
not.
dirty little
It's-
secret?
It's what your optimal hookup is normally.
Right.
Like you'll settle in real life. Like maybe I am into MILFs, but I can't find older women who are willing to, have sex with me. So then I would go down a bracket to just average. Although the stepmom is a bad comparison
And
for
the whole
looking for
thing about
MILFs,
the whole
because
thing
it's
about
the taboo
MILFs,
thing too.
The whole thing about MILFs, yeah, the taboo thing, and the MILFs on fucking porn websites look nothing
No,
like the
the
old
MILFs are like 21-year-olds instead of 18-year-olds. So like
We're
MILF
looking at
just means
MILFs
21
that
or older.
they look like they're in their fucking 20s and
Yeah.
they're 40. Like, no, that's not what every
I know.
woman looks like at those.
That's not
ages.
what MILFs actually look like after
Yeah.
they've had
So
children.
the attraction to porn MILFs, cool. I could give a fuck. Yeah, yeah, I know.
Especially
what's
with
her
the
name?
plastic surgery and the cosmetic
Riley
surgeries.
Reid's gonna be the MILF in a few years, and she'll still be fucking hot. Yep, cool. I get it. Yeah, it doesn't mean that all MILFs look like this, right?
She's gonna have a tummy tuck and she's gonna be doing sit-ups every day.
Who the fuck has time to do sit-ups every day? Not me.
Porn star,
I do.
somebody in the business of modeling, someone who's
They're
in
not
some
doing me
kind of-
any good, but I'm doing them.
You're doing so. I'm so proud of you.
Me
like
too.
working class people generally don't
trying.
have time for that kind of shit.
I do
What are you
couple,
trying to
like,
say?
on the
I
bed
work
before I go
every
to bed.
day. Wait, what are you trying to say? I work every day and I still find time to work out.
Yeah, must be
good.
nice.
Important.
Well,
I just
someone
got
said
home
that
at
the
9:30.
that the
I
working
just got
people
home
that's
at 9:30
non-working is the
p.m.
ones that find time to work out.
Yeah.
Did
like
you see
food.
that one girl that she's like, I just worked 10 hours and all I want is what Wingstop or something like that.
Hell
The
yeah.
guy
That's me.
Did you see
I
that?
respect that.
Hold
I
on,
get
you
off
didn't
of
see that
work and
video?
I am
No,
hangry.
Oh, watch
Give
this.
me
Oh,
food.
is there more to it? I'm assuming.
All right, guys.
I actually think I might
I
know
just
what
wanted
you're
to get
talking
up and
about.
say
Oh.
hello.
Hi, Toasty.
Oh, you're gonna
That's
love
about it.
this. You guys are
Hi,
gonna love
Toasty. I wish your mic was working better so
Me
we could
too.
hear you.
I don't know what's going on because I had OBS and I don't know how to mess with that shit, man.
Are you running it
Sounds
through
like a
again?
bad spirit box.
When it comes to this crap, horrible, horrible. But anyway, sorry about that, guys.
No, you're good.
No,
Yeah,
you're
you
in the
should
good.
chat.
check that and find out
I
what
appreciate
it is.
you
Dave
trying to
was
catch up.
saying- Dave was saying
I
like,
tried.
if you're on Discord, if you're logged into Discord too.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah.
A lot
Oh
of
yeah,
them,
wait,
yeah.
hold up.
So if you close
If you're logged
Discord,
into
but you're gonna have to exit and come back in though, so it resets the connection.
Oh yeah. All right, hold up.
Okay.
Hold up.
Easy, you should play this link I just dropped. It's music mixed with this chick yelling, but it's damn hilarious. People will love this. If none of you guys have seen it, you're gonna crack up. It's better than the bull in the car last night.
Go ahead.
Let's hear ya.
Testing.
100%.
Testing. Awesome. Well, it's all right. My kid is going to bed anyways, and it's really late, so I just wanted to see that would work. Thanks
Yeah,
a lot.
you're good.
Appreciate it, you guys.
worries.
Like
Yeah,
a
you know.
Well, thanks for
spirit
coming up.
box.
Well, thank
feel better
you.
now.
Nice. Okay, now I know. Appreciate it. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Funny.
I too think I'm going to kill stream and jump off, but
Alrighty.
Sad day.
we'll be doing it again next week, I guess. And it looks like
What are you talking about? I'll be here Friday.
we'll figure out what we're doing. Well, yeah, Friday's definitely happening too, but I'm talking about for panel. So let me know what topic you want to do, and I'll get to work.
Dave, you gotta copy this link and watch it. You're gonna laugh your ass off.
I got it. I already clicked on it.
Oh,
Whoops. Probably
Can you
shouldn't
hear it?
just. I actually know exactly what it is.
it's great,
I
isn't it?
have seen this, and it's funny. As
I
hell.
can't believe that guy did that. Like, how do these guys think of that shit, bro?
Yeah. All right, guys. Have a good one.
It's so
Peace out.
creative.
Absolutely.
Take care, Dave.
Bye. Boom.